What's going on, Junkie Nation? Welcome to our UFC 319 watch along here on MMA Junkie. We are the MMA Junkie Radio team. I'm Gorgeous George. Damn, that's the Goze. And we're going to be with you guys for the next 5 hours. 9 fights total, 4 on the featured prelims, and 5 on the main card. Now, right now at this moment, we're watching the end. Unless I'm not streaming as you are, Goze. Dricus Close and Edson Barbosa. Is that what you got?
Yeah, that's what I got.
All right, we'll let that play out, and that's going to be the last fight on the early prelims, and then the feature prelims will begin. Again, 9 fights total, including a title fight at the very end. And, of course, everybody knows Dricus du Plessis is putting his middleweight title up against Khamzat Chimaev. A spectacular main event, as good as he can get when you have the champ against a legit number one who happens to be undefeated, one who happens to be beefing with a little bit, but at the same time, you know, these are both 2 great prize fighters. I love it, and I'm jacked to be with you guys here for these next 5 hours. Goze, what do you think, man? Who do you think is going to pull this one out here? It looks pretty close, huh?
Look, I think Dricus is definitely in control, so I would say it's not close. But you never know with Edson Barbosa and the crazy things he's throwing. It's almost like they're in different bodies right now because Dricus is the one that's like throwing wheel kicks and spinning kicks and all kinds of stuff. Edson Barbosa's face is jacked up, man.
I think they're both 39 years of age, so I know they're coming to an end. You know, both of them in their career. But I think Barbosa's just been in more fights, and he's just got more mileage.
Mm-hmm. Possibly.
We'll
Wasn't
see.
Dricus the one that got shoved by Jeremy Stevens, right? And like his back seized up.
It rings a bell, yeah. Feels like that was 10 years ago.
Yeah. Jeremy Stevens has got a big fight in bare knuckle now.
Yeah, Mike Perry. Oh, yeah, Dricus. I'm seeing the highlights here. I missed a little bit because I was kind of getting all my stuff in order, restarting the internet. So maybe, and I have it on mute, so I wasn't really able to react in real time. And that sucks because I should have done it. I wasn't as much into Silva and the other gal, the other Barbosa, but I wound up watching that one because I saw it 1-1 going into round 3, and then Karine Silva pulled it off. Some saying it was controversial, but I needed her. But I also need Edson here, so it might be all for naught.
Yeah, that would be rough. Dricus actually came close to finishing this fight a few times, where I mean he had Edson buzzed, but he would clinch up with him instead. It was the oddest thing.
Just as we do during every watch along, when we first start off, this is a key moment where if you can help us out and hit that like button, the thumbs up, it would help us out. YouTube uses an algorithm where if something's kind of catching momentum, then they feature it on the front page, or it just gets put in front of more people's eyeballs. Also, if you can share with your friends, if you know that other people are MMA fans, maybe they're stuck at a wedding, a graduation, somewhere where they can tune in on their phone, they can go straight to the MMA Junkie website or here on YouTube, youtube.com/MMA Junkie video. So what you can do is, retweet, share, DM, what have you. We would greatly appreciate it. Like I said, it's going to be a fun time. Dricus Close did get the decision. Dricus Close did get the decision right now, so he's going nuts. I'm just always looking to see if any gloves are coming off, but it doesn't look like it. Again, both guys, I believe, 39 years of age. So I could easily see one of them saying that's a wrap, but nope. We move on to Chase Hooper and Alexander Hernandez up next.
Should be a good one. I'm excited. Man, like you said in the intro, the main event is just so good that everything else, despite them being fairly decent fights, pretty good ones, I just can't wait to get to that main event. And it has nothing to do with bad blood or nothing like that, man. It all just comes down to it's who absolutely deserves to be fighting. All week, I've been hearing breakdowns from different people, some leaning towards Khamzat, some leaning towards DDP. And I'll be honest with you, none of them are wrong. They all make excellent points, but somehow it's just split straight down the middle. You can make a great argument for both of them.
What I dislike is people saying someone's going to rip through the other one Of course, a knockdown shuts me up if that happens, right? Or a quick submission, but I don't think that's going to happen here. A and B, that doesn't usually happen. Well, I guess it does happen in some title fights, but these guys are just so evenly balanced. I suppose. Okay, if I said this goes, if you got sequestered into a room as the fight started, and then we let you out 45 seconds later and we said it's over, what happened?
I probably think, well, no, you know what? I would actually think that maybe DDP just caught him like a knee coming in, going because I believe Khamzat's going to shoot in the first minute, no matter what. I think he's shooting.
That's what I think too.
I would think DDP hit him with a knee straight up the middle or something.
See, I would think Khamzat got him down quick, took his back, and either ground and pounded or that face cranks there, and of course underneath the neck. But that's obviously a low percentage scenario. But the one most common breakdown I've heard is keeping it simple is that Khamzat will threaten with his wrestling and with his submission game, and he will test DDP there. He won't really dilly-dally too much with the stand-up. And DDP, I think, will knowingly defend that first and then start his attack. I don't think he wants to walk into an easy takedown for Khamzat Chimaev. I think he wants to make it difficult because I think what he wants to do, and this again, I'm surmising a bunch of breakdowns that I heard, is make him pay, so stop him from getting a takedown. If he gets taken down, getting up quickly. If he's put in a compromising situation, getting out of it and getting back to his feet, and just making the other guy feel like, this might not be a path to victory. I might have to stand a little bit more. And that's where DDP is obviously the stronger of the two. Now, that said, Khamzat's got some power. He's very athletic and very strong. It's not like he can't get it done that way either. But I think most of us give DDP the striking advantage, and we give Khamzat the ground advantage. And then, of course, you started hearing as the fight progresses the different things that can happen. Even one that I thought wasn't too crazy, and that's DDP getting a takedown late and maybe going via ground and pound. DDP seems to turn this corner, catch a second wind, and almost like a football game, when some teams in the second half, they make the right adjustments, and then all of a sudden they drive the ball, and you scored at the end of the second quarter, then you got the ball in the third quarter, and then all of a sudden you flip the game, something like that. That DDP seems to do that.
Could be. He's a guy that's been in this situation before. He's been given many different views, different types of fighter styles to deal with, and he always just seems to figure it out. That's why it was so hard for me to pick against him. I didn't. I ended up going with DDP, but trust me, I've heard enough analysts make me want to sway over to Khamzat, but I just get tired of picking against DDP. Like, he just seems to figure it out every time.
And the Burns and Usman fight, which were the higher profile athletes he's faced, aside from Whitaker, it's not like I want to give him a mulligan. Whitaker, he got beat fair and square. He got manhandled. But Whitaker's lost a few. And so beating Whitaker 2 years ago meant a lot more than it means beating him more recently. I don't mean that as a shot to Whitaker. It happens to every single fighter. Every single fighter kind of just hits that plateau and then either levels out for a bit, and then all of a sudden there's a decline, right? But, it could be that. I mean, and we also forget DDP kind of ran through Whitaker too. He just didn't send him home with a broken jaw. But,
true.
Yeah, I like that neither guy's they're not even 35. They're kind of like really in their prime. That's why, like I say, this title fights just ticks so many boxes for me. I'm really, really excited.
But I feel like if this were a night where Khamzat suffers his first loss, it would be a little bit more devastating than it would if it were to happen to DDP. Like, I feel like he would lose a ton of momentum and there'd be tons of question marks surrounding him all the time.
I could see that.
I could see DDP kind of bouncing back from this a little easier.
And if Khamzat destroys DDP, I could see a lot of people saying, hey, this guy's poised to be a champ for a while as well,
Right.
because that would be him basically starting to stack up bodies at middleweight and being impressive, overcoming the past, which has been a semi-retirement, a really bad COVID infection that he got, time off from the game. It seems like he has these legal problems that allow him that present challenges, right, into getting into certain countries, especially the United States. So it almost seemed like he wanted to give up, similar to like Magomed Sharapov, or what was his name? Yeah, Magomed Sharapov was his whole last name. But you know who I'm talking about? Abe Lincoln. Yeah, Zabit. Like where he just said, you know what? I've heard so many different things about him, injuries. I want to study medicine, and he just basically checked out, and it looked like Khamzat's kind of been on the verge of that for a variety of reasons.
Possibly, I don't know. That's he seems a little bit rejuvenated when I hear him speak, his takes, all that. Everybody that's around him says this is probably the best he's looked. But again, all that has to translate into a main event, possibly into the later rounds, and we have yet to see that, right? So we only have the answer from one guy. That's why I'm kind of leaning that way. But dude, I mean, literally, when I look at the odds and all the different things that can happen, they're all in play. All of them are in play for this fight. That's what makes it such a great fight.
Why don't we take a timeout from the main event talk? Chase Hooper, I think, is already entered the octagon, or maybe I'm seeing a highlight, but I'm seeing basically the pre-fight package. So let's get our picks in for Chase Hooper and Alexander Hernandez, and then we'll have a few minutes here as they do the whole prep point and walkout stuff. But sometimes we get cut off there when it comes to making our plays. And just like you all, this is a fight party. I might crack open a cold one. That's what you do, right? With your friends, you eat pizza, drink beer, have a good time, cuss it up a little bit. That's what we plan to do. This is a fight party, all right? And we're gonna have a good time, and we're gonna play some bets. So I know the odds have increased on Hooper a lot. I still like him to win the fight. I'm just reaching the point where I'm not so sure I would bet on him, right? But Hooper's the guy who I think will win the fight. Do that with what you will, but I think now you're giving up $4 for every one to win. That's a lot. Hernandez is a veteran, right? But what I will say is, I think take inside the distance or the under. Check those odds, Goze. I'm gonna fix something here in the background, but that's one play I really like, is for it to not go the distance. I think one guy's gonna get finished here.
Yeah, that one's so look, minus 400 says a lot. When you say somebody's minus 400, you're saying this guy's like a lot better than somebody else. So I don't know that we could say that about Chase Hooper, but at the same time, Alexander Hernandez is like so up and down. I wouldn't probably trust betting on him. I think Hooper's going to win, but I don't think he's a minus 400. That's just way, way too high. But if you put a gun to my head, I got to take that. So that will be my play. And if he's going to get it done, I'd say maybe submission. I'm not going to play it. It's plus 125. Ah, shit. Should I play it? I don't know. We'll get George's pick here. Last pay-per-view. We can go head-to-head now. Thank you to the guys at Panda who set that up. And I beat them. So I want to keep that streak going. But overall, if you guys gamble based off of what we're telling you, you've been winning a lot of money. So hopefully we'll continue that streak tonight. Although the more and more I look up and down this card, it's a tough one to gamble, man. It really, really is. So we'll see. Right now, though, I'm going to go Chase Hooper minus 400. If I want him by KO, TKO, he's plus 550. I just don't think that's happening. If I want him by decision, plus 200, I could see that happening. I think I might play that over the submission, but I just don't want to start off the night 0-2 or 1-1 or something stupid like that. If you guys are watching on your screen, top right-hand corner, you'll see a little check mark that will show you all of the bets that we've placed tonight, and whether we won or not. The odds there are in the middle under bet, and then you have on our Panda side here the chat room where you guys can kind of talk to us and let us know what you want us to talk about, or anything like that. That's on the right hand side. So those are your options there. And then let's see here. Let me close George's. We are getting ready here for this next fight. I don't know that we got George. What was your bet? Quick.
Well, I think Hooper's going to win, but inside the distance or under 2.5 if you don't have that play.
I don't have it. What? Anything else?
Not really. That's a big number, minus 400.
Okay. So George is sitting out this one.
I was trying to, this big light, is it messing you up at all? I tried switching it up because I turned that one off.
Nah, it's all right.
Okay. Who do you like? I like underdogs. So I want to sprinkle on Alexander Hernandez. I think Hooper's going to run through him, and I think he's going to win via ground and pound.
That I do have. I do have Chase Hooper by KO, TKO, plus 550. You want that?
No, the problem is if there's one where it says TKO or submission, yes. Because that's what he uses to open up his submission game is the ground and pound. But at the same time, if you're hurt, he'll just jack you up with the ground and pound. Plus, Hernandez fades, dude.
Yeah, he's just so up and down.
Maybe Hooper via third round stoppage would be another one. Chicago crowd's been roaring all week. A little slow in getting into this arena. Technically, it's the same time as me, 7 p.m. What are you guys doing? They always go in the winter and they're like, come back in the summer. It's too cold. They're there. Fill up the arena. Let's go.
They've been nuts all week, man.
I know. So who'd you play?
I just took Chase Hooper just to win straight up.
Jason Herzog's the third man in the octagon. Who's that, Vanessa?
Yeah,
changing it up with the bangs.
You might be a little bit behind me.
Mm.
I'm at 43, 42, 41.
Oh, you already started the fight?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Man, Chase Hooper starting off with a bang. Some heavy shots he threw. They were blocked by Hernandez, but still, he made a statement throwing them, letting them know he ain't no scrub.
Spinning back fist there. So what's the clock now for you?
21, 20, 19, 18.
You're 13 seconds ahead of me. And I tried going as live as I could.
Okay.
Did you catch all the embeddeds?
Yeah.
Hooper getting donned with the do-rag.
Yeah, that was funny.
That's the way to do it, right?
He got knighted.
I kind of like that whole knighted thing over in the UK.
I think it's cool. I think it's fun to say it. I just hope they don't overuse it, I guess.
Like the UFC Hall of Fame?
A little bit, yeah.
Or actually the WWE Hall of Fame.
Oh, that one. Yeah, anybody gets in that.
Yeah, no, they can't overuse it, but I don't believe in the whole throw rose petals at their feet, put a crown on them. All that's hogwash for me. But you've reached a sort of greatness, in your country, and they want to celebrate it somehow. Cool. If they're on TV or radio show, yeah, announce them that way. But if I'm going to your house for a barbecue, I'm not going to say, Sir Brian, thanks for having me over. Hey, Goze, where'd I put these beers? We'll just leave it at that. But what's funny is that Turkey Ali, what's his last name? Big Turkey.
Big Turkey.
I've often wondered if I would say His Excellency if I had him on MMA Junkie Radio. Here's why. Because it could be like Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Barack Obama, whoever going to Peru, and they say, Mr. President, and that's how I would want my president to be addressed in a foreign land.
Mm-hmm.
So I suppose if that's the way it's treated, then sure. It's not. It's one step below Your Majesty. I feel like I'm a peasant if I say that one. Am I kissing someone's hand? And were we going through all that?
That ain't bad. I'm just not kissing hands and stuff like that.
And you only get one. I want to introduce His Excellency, Mr. either, Turkey. I forget his last name, or if he's cool enough to let us get away with Big Turkey, great. But I don't want to address every question that way. You're still way ahead of me?
I paused. I'm at 128, 127, 126.
Can you give us 5 more seconds and then we'll be even?
Okay.
All right. First round still. Both guys, it's an exciting fight. Tactical. Neither guy is going to just give away an easy shot either. We don't want that. I mean, I know I like slobber knockers, but sometimes they're just a bit much.
Mm-hmm. Hernandez's game, though. He's not backing down. And Hooper's having problems getting a hold of him. I think it's the movement, really, that's bothering Hooper. Can't seem to get set. Now, can you keep that movement over 3 rounds after getting hit and all that? The kicks?
Who, Hernandez?
Yeah.
No, he is a fader.
Look, he's out of range every time Hooper steps into the pocket. He's somewhere else.
Oh, he just got hit with a nice left hook.
But he's not striking very much. Hernandez doesn't throw much.
I thought Hooper would initiate more clinches. Tire him out, frustrate him a little. Maybe he'll do that.
Working. Oh!
Nice overhand right by Alexander Hernandez. Can he get the finish?
Oh, he stopped it.
That's too early. Herzog messed up. That's too early. I thought that was too early. It doesn't mean he wasn't going to win, folks. Calm down. But it was too early.
It's way too early, and the bell was going to ring any second, but not that that's on.
Yeah, Herzog will tell you that don't matter. But yeah, he wasn't splattered on the floor. He was hurt. He was rocked, however you want to say it. The follow-ups didn't look too vicious. Let me see here. Now, this is in slow motion, folks. That's a solid hit.
The leg.
Now, Herzog didn't get a look at his eyes. Now he's covering up, which is what you're supposed to do.
But look, he grabs a leg right away. So that should tell you right away he's still in.
He's alert. Yeah. But they keep stopping the replay here. Let's get a good replay.
They're being blocked.
No, he's moving. Now he's going. Oh, my gosh. Too soon.
That was terrible.
Too soon of a stoppage. I'm a big
Herzog, but I'm
a big Jason Herzog fan. He's one of the top 3 referees. I think him, Herb, and Mark Goddard probably are the holy trinity right now, with the other guys not far behind at all.
Mm-hmm. The one thing that I will give him is Hooper probably was close to being done, but based off of their movement and the way they were reacting there, you need to give him a longer leash than that.
Yeah, no, you're right. He didn't know there was 2 seconds left, but he did hear the clap, so he was aware the end of the round is coming up. And the same way referees will remember when there used to be no 5 minutes for an eye poke, and so they would buy time by going, "Hey, you go over here. Hey, you go over here." And then let's get a towel. They would buy time for the fighter to kind of address it before we'd even get to the doctor, and all that was time for the fighter to recover. So don't tell me that referees can't also look out for fighters. I don't want to imply that Herzog wants Hooper to continue to fight because he wants him to win. It's just that every last chance, and you know the end of the round's coming. I don't know. I'm surprised Hooper's not more upset. But that's a big win for Alexander Hernandez.
Damn, I'm 0-1 now.
And that's why I don't put minus 400 to win 100. Not on that guy. Good crack, though, man. Big overhand right. A lot of respect from Hernandez to Hooper.
Man, that was a good shot. So here we go. Look, takes the big shot, but right away grabs a leg.
Right. He doesn't flop.
Well, when are they ever going to let this play out? The first shot landed. The next ones were blocked. Then he went to his back. But again, he probably would have survived that round. And
He's alert.
I don't know what happens going forward from there.
In fact, he rolled back at the right time because you can't just sit there turtled up either. I don't know if Jason said, give me something, I'm going to stop this, or anything that let him know you got to switch your position, because even that was kind of quick. But regardless, he did it, and then all of a sudden the fight stopped. It's just, oh, man. Now, that right hand is nice. Will it win him 50 grand? We'll see. There's his dog, Raw Dog. Those guys have broken off from the Factory X gym led by Mark Montoya. So they're kind of doing their own thing. Now, okay, remember when I told you in the first round, well, it only went one round, but remember I told you Chase Hooper hasn't really done much in terms of trying to get the fight to the ground, clinching, tiring this guy out. This guy, he gets tired. And so let's say that's something he was going to implement in round two. There ain't no round two. You know what I mean? Sometimes that's why I can appreciate Khamzat Chimaev and some of these other guys that whatever it is they do. They get right to it. Habib, GSP, Chael Sonnen, they didn't dick around. Those guys are actual high-level wrestlers, but Hooper's got a really nice ground and pound game, good submission game. He's gotten stronger. Standing with Alexander Hernandez wasn't his best path to victory, in my opinion. I'm not saying that hindsight. I said that earlier, too.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let's get this pick in. This is actually a pretty decent fight coming up. We got Loopy Godinez is the favorite here, minus 145. Jessica Andrade, plus 120. Andrade is so hot and cold, man. But I would venture to say the best Jessica Andrade beats the best Loopy Godinez. And
the best of Jessica Andrade was 5 years ago, though. Can she summon that?
Right. I'm going to take her plus 120. I need to make up some.
Andrade?
Yeah.
I like her, too. Even though she's past her prime and she's not even a gatekeeper to the title anymore. She's just kind of a gatekeeper to the top 10. She fights so frequently, but she wins some of them too. And Godinez hasn't proven me she's top shelf either. She's in the process of doing that, but I don't know. Let's see. Any of my parlays live? I do need Andrade, so I'm okay with that play. I think I might have just lost one parlay with Hooper in it. Barbosa cost me one too. Man, Barbosa, you big dummy. Remember I told you I did think this one wouldn't go the distance, so that hit. But yeah, Barbosa cost me. And who did I play over here? Barbosa cost me twice. God, that guy, man. Thorn in my side sometimes.
My biggest thorn ever was Cowboy Cerrone. I was never on the right side of him.
Okay, so we're both taking Jessica Andrade here.
Plus 120.
The under's a huge underdog play, and I think it's because Godinez's style is basically to go to a decision. I heard Danny Segura is big on Godinez, my colleague, our colleague. He's big on Godinez, and I told him I disagree, bro. I'm going with Andrade. I don't think Godinez is a scrub, but he thinks Andrade is past her prime, and I agree with him. But I don't know if that's enough.
Right. Godinez is not really like explosive. She can get the job done, but I feel like at any moment, a big shot from Andrade can kind of back her off and maybe intimidate her a little bit.
He did say on the previous show with Farah Hanoun earlier today that he thought it was a big mix-up or a big mess-up by the UFC to not book Godinez for Noche UFC, which is coming up next month, September 13th, if I'm not mistaken. It's in San Antonio, Texas. Lupe Godinez is Mexican. She's lived in Canada, back in Mexico, and I think as of last, she was back in Canada. But we asked her on an interview that we did, hey, where are you at, and why aren't you fighting at Noche? And she said it kind of worked out. She said, had I fought at Noche, my sister would not have been able to corner me. And she said that really meant a lot to her. Aside from that, Chicago, just like a lot of big urban cities in America, has a big Mexican contingent. So her heart was not broken at all. Now, the UFC doesn't take that into consideration. I don't think Godinez has that pull. I think they just say, I think they just tell you that's the assignment. So I agree. Noche is lacking Mexican stars. They could have done this one there. Plus, Andrade speaks Spanish. She's been on this show, Hablemos MMA. So it's not like she wouldn't have been a good promoter, being a former champ.
Right.
I agree. Right here, they're kind of almost buried, but it just happened that we asked her that question, and that was the answer. So the two sisters that she has also wrestle, and I believe they're looking to wrestle in the Olympics for Canada. I don't know if they've qualified or what the prospects are there, but it's a huge wrestling family.
Do you know why that is? Why they chose to wrestle for Canada?
Well, they moved there a while back, so it could be that's what they know. I don't know. Good question. I suppose if you have choices, maybe you also look, and if Mexico's got a beast at your weight class, then you might go, hey, like me or you, I want to wrestle. All right, you think you could beat Jordan Burroughs or whoever the hot ticket is at the time? You're like, you know what? Maybe I'm Peruvian for these Olympics. And
Well,
so you
that's what
go
I'm
somewhere
asking.
else.
Because sometimes, especially when it comes to soccer, you'll have a guy with dual citizenship, and he'll be like, I ain't playing on that first team in Germany or Argentina, so I might as well go to the U.S. and play there, that sort of thing. I was wondering if it was one of those.
Well, like Alejandro Garnacho, who played for Manchester United, probably played his last game for Manchester United. He was, let's see if I got this straight, born in Spain to Argentine parents, but he's been with the Argentine national team. Now, that said, he hasn't played much. That said, I'm not so sure if he'd play much in Spain either, because they're loaded. And this isn't a shot at him. He's young, so he probably hasn't cracked the top level. But Angel Di Maria and Lionel Messi, they're going to probably call it a career after the next World Cup. And, so there'll be some spots to fill. So maybe that's where he steps up. But there's a few players like that I think play that card. Where do I have the best chance to play, or where do I carry most of my pride? Who knows? Look at Messi's sons. Messi's sons, I think, were all born in Spain, but the mom and dad are Argentinian. So if any of them are good enough to continue, maybe they have that option too.
No.
One of Beckham's sons was supposedly decent, but it looks like they're just too rich and too well off, and the hunger ain't there, or maybe they didn't have the talent. But they were all part of Man United's academy. But you know who I heard really has a good kid? Wayne Rooney.
Son? Yeah. I think he played today, right?
For the younger squad.
Yeah.
Possibly, yeah. I heard he's good. You know, you might have get Messi's genes, but you also have your mom's genes. And if the mom's a terrible athlete, then you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
All right, they're still showing the pre-fight package. Spice? What's that?
So then you think you would have been better off with Sporty Spice?
Maybe. Because Victoria Beckham doesn't look like no athlete.
No.
I played with a guy named Frank Lariva. They called him Skeeter. Remember him? On the Redskins? He was good. He played quarterback for us, sometimes receiver, sometimes defensive back. And then in high school, he was a pretty good athlete. And I only found out years later through our dad and a few others because they ran into the mom at Nana's funeral. Remember Nana?
Mm-hmm.
But just in passing, he said that Skeeter's mom was a great athlete in Santa Ana High School. Like she was like an all county or all state, either at softball and volleyball, and the dad was a coach and he was an athlete. So he had help from both families contributing, you know, those genes.
Yeah.
That kind of made sense. But sometimes if the mom, you know, sometimes you might get the genes from your mom too. Who knows?
Yeah.
Look at Jordan. I don't even think the son made it to the pros. I know he played a little bit in high school, but that was it.
You still haven't seen the movie Air, huh?
No. Godinez out of the prep point, walking into the octagon, turning around to face the crowd. I didn't hear much about pop, but I do have the volume down. Andrade will be next to come out. Crowd is starting to fill in a little bit. The upper deck looks pretty full. The lower deck's starting to fill in. The VIP seats way empty.
Man, I'm over here learning about eczema. Luckily, it's going to be the
commercial.
Yeah, the last of ESPN Plus. Good riddance. Terrible app.
Oh, Jessica Andrade thinks she's Alex Fajeda. Looked like she tried to do a bow and arrow there. She's got a scowl on her face. She's fought at bantamweight, flyweight, and strawweight. She's a former strawweight champ, and she's a former, if I'm not mistaken, I think she fought for the flyweight title. So she's gotten down, man, in 3 weight classes. I really respect her in that regard. But like I said, she fights a lot, and along the way, you know, she's just lost some of her luster. We brought up her name the other day because of Isaiah Smith, right? Is that his name? Or was it Elijah? Smith. Elijah Smith, and that huge slam that he had. And we started going over the different slams over the years. Quentin Rampage Jackson, Smiths, and a few others, and we pointed out,
Random and some faders.
We pointed out that Andrade had an epic one because she did it against a formidable foe in Rosa Mayunis. It was in Brazil, if I'm not mistaken, and the slam netted her the world title. Like, that's big, man.
Mm-hmm. What is that? Oh.
Well, did I bet her? I have her in a parlay. Okay, I'm good.
All right, if you're following along so far and you're betting the same things we're betting, we're 0-1 tonight. We're going to make that up right now, though.
Goze is 0-1.
Yeah. That's her sister right there behind her.
Yep. Wow, spitting image almost. All right. Let's see, Godinez. This is a big test for you. Is you for real? This is your chance to prove it against Jessica Andrade. Wouldn't that be funny if Buffer kind of was casual in the early fights? All right, here we go. Lupe Godinez. We're about to find out. Is you for real, girl? Coming out of Guadalajara, Mexico. Just some little comment.
Mm.
Godinez just kind of points at him, winks at him. Y'all about to find out. Or in Spanish, ya vas a ver, pendejo.
Look, I'm thinking we're synced, but no matter who you are with Andrade's history and what she's been able to do in her career, when you see her mean mugging you across like that, you gotta be thinking, man, I'm in for a night. Just
Hell
go
yeah.
and play.
I don't remember seeing this referee before. It looked like it said Nick Simarusti. All right, here we go. They touch gloves. I'm at 456, 55, 54, 53, 52. Low kick by Andrade. Godinez answers with one of her own. Andrade throws a left hook that gets batted away. Another low kick there by Andrade. Godinez kind of feints to grab a single. Lets it go. Smart, though. Thick legs, man, by Andrade. Heavy hips. And when she starts winging those hooks, she's got some power in them. They just both threw some nice punches there, both of them landing.
Her Andrade's reflexes don't seem to be there.
Godinez just landed a 1-2.
Kind of feeling it out a little bit, right? I thought
Jessica was
a little bit more aggressive.
Watch when Godinez attacks with her punches. Andrade backs up and just leaves her head up.
Yeah, her hands are down at her waist.
Yeah. So she just did it again. Okay, now she did fight off a takedown. Great work by Andrade. Godinez lets it go. 318, 317, 316, 315 left in round one. They're fighting at strawweight. Oh, nice overhand right lands for Godinez. Nice jab lands for Godinez. Not feeling too good about the bet right now, Goze.
Yeah.
Oh, another punch lands for Godinez. Rocks Andrade's head back. Andrade's not backing down, though. She's always the one stalking. But Godinez seems to have the longer reach, and she just keeps tapping her with this nice jab. Now, again, Godinez is probably going to want to wrestle soon, but hasn't gone to it yet.
The straight punches from Godinez are nice.
Another jab.
Just keeping Jessica.
And then a cross lands for Godinez and a jab lands for Godinez. Think there's a little bit of blood now on Andrade's nose. Andrade throws a nice left hook. But she used to do that in multiple punches. She would tee off like Vanderlei Silva, and she hasn't done that as much. You get older, you lose your nerve.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Godinez mixes in a nice punch and kick combo and another big right that lands. 150 left here in round one. No, Andrade landed a couple punches, but Godinez did a good job of getting her hands up, and I don't think any of them got through. Now, that said, the judges sometimes where they're sitting at, they all have different angles of what may or may not have landed. But both of these girls are active right now, so they're definitely feeding intel data to the judges so that they can make a proper 10-9. It's when there's really a lack of action, and then all of a sudden they have to make a judgment off a late takedown or a late combo.
Mm-hmm.
And, some of them still apply some of the scoring criteria from a few years ago. They don't, the Vegas judges, They're big on damage now. Right now, I like what Godinez has done in this round. There's 48, 47, 46, and 45 seconds left in round one. But Andrade is starting to pick up the pace a little bit. She can still close the gap, but I think Godinez is in the 10-9 situation right now. Still not over, though. Oh, okay. Now, Andrade just hurt Godinez, it looked like. Godinez now resorts to wrestling and fails. 27 seconds left. She throws a big overhand right that does keep landing. I got to give her credit for that. Andrade backs off. I thought if she maybe finished strong, she could steal the round, but I'm still with Godinez on this one. Now there's 13, 12, 11, and 10. There's the clapper. Where's the ref? I haven't even seen him on the screen. Oh, there he is. Thought Andy Anderson might be reffing.
So Godinez is now minus 200, which should tell you what the odds makers think of round one.
Yes.
I thought it was a lot closer of a round, but I do think Lupe Godinez just edged it out. Both have room for improvements for round two, adjustments that they can make. The thing, doesn't it look like Jessica's a little out of shape? Like she's usually a little bit more muscular. Looks a little softer here, and I don't know if the later rounds are going to be kind to her.
Can you say that last part?
That Jessica doesn't look like she's as in good a shape as she's been in other fights.
Kind of around the stomach, right?
Yeah, I think that can catch up to you, later in the
And
fight.
didn't she look a little disinterested sitting there on the stool, almost like, yeah, been here, done that? A lot of other fighters seem to be more attentive, or I don't know, and that's the part of the old fighting active, winning just enough to stay there, but maybe realizing, okay, I don't know if I'll ever be a champ again, but I need to cash these checks.
And they're probably nice paychecks too.
And she lives in Vegas and she fights active, and she can go across different weight classes, so she's valuable to the UFC. Like, let's face it, guys, the women's divisions they've lost a lot of fighters these last few years. I don't know that they've restocked the shelves at the amounts that they've lost. Okay, now back to this fight with 424, 23, 22, 21, and 20. Godinez is now attacking with an arm triangle. She's on top of Andrade. She's got a full mount. And now let's see what she does with it. She's let go of the arm triangle. Now Andrade is just fully mounted. She needs to at least regain one of them back, but Godinez has her hooks in. Okay, now she's starting to scramble a little bit, and now it's a half guard, and now Andrade's starting to turn into her. Now she's got her neck exposed, and Godinez has a hold of it. Let's see what she can do with it. Thank you. Hard shots taken by Jessica Andrade right now. Right now, Godinez is really mauling her. I think Andrade's best bet is just to get up, man.
Godinez is now minus 1,400.
Oh, nice knee by Godinez. Andrade did get to her feet. She did taste the knee there. Now she turns into her. Okay, she's out of that jam.
That might have been a mistake because now she's minus 900.
.304, 303, 302, 301. 3 minutes left in round two. Oh, nice left hook lands for Godinez. Hey, wrestler or not, her hands are improved.
Yeah. Well, they have, but it's also a combination of Andrade's defense is horrible.
Yeah, and the other one's maximizing her reach. Andrade just missed with a wild right. Godinez just kind of basically has to throw a punch and it lands. Uh-oh. Now, Godinez is flinching at her eye. Was there a finger? Or I'll applaud Andrade's sportsmanship, because she could have attacked. The ref didn't do nothing, but she checked with her, and then they kind of cleared her, and they're back at it. A lot of fighters wouldn't forgive you for that. Floyd Mayweather wouldn't forgive you for that.
I don't know.
Khamzat won't forgive you for that either. I don't hold it against them either. See, Andrade is pulling her punches, Goze. I think she just wants out.
Yeah, it's going to be an 0-2.
About 15, 20 years ago, a good friend of mine told me the Brazilians most of them tend to be front runners. Early on, if they're smashing, boy, you're in some trouble and you're going to get lit up. But if they have to fight a little bit adversity, they don't seem to dig deep. That was his comment. And I started listening to him and watching that, and a lot of times it would come true. Now, there's a lot of tough SOBs that just wouldn't go away. Like a Damian Maia was hard to put away. I remember that. He wasn't no quitter or nothing like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that also came from a wrestler. And in Brazil, there is no wrestling like in the high school level or nothing like that, at least that I know of. And so the wrestlers really applaud themselves for having that grinding mentality, fighting through adversity, not breaking. But like I say, I watched at least 100 fights after he said that, always thinking about that. And right now, Andrade is showing me a little bit of it. Now, in the last minute or two, she started stalking Godinez again, so she's not giving up. I'll give her props.
She's not, but she's definitely not really the Jessica Andrade, not even like a little bit of the Jessica Andrade of old.
I agree.
Do you know what this performance looks like on her end? Like they just told her yesterday, can you fill in for somebody? And she said, oh man, I don't even know anything about my opponent. All right, I'll just go in there and do what I do, and we'll see what happens.
I think she's down 2-0. But again, I knew, still got 5 minutes to go, but Godinez by decision was probably the play.
You might have to handwrite an apology letter to Danny Segura.
Well, Danny, though, I think he thought it was going to be more of a landslide. It's a clear 10-9, 10-9, but it's not like one doesn't belong, you know. Back to LFA, we're not saying that.
If you didn't know Jessica Andrade's history, like today you just became a fan, you'd go, man, this girl's getting thumped by her opponent. Like,
if Godinez finishes, I will write him an apology, like handwritten. I'll find out his address and I'll mail it to him. I think I still got an Atletico scarf, don't I? I don't know if I ever gave it to him.
Oh, dude!
I asked him once for the address, and he wouldn't do it.
He wouldn't give you.
Yeah, he was rocking Liverpool, wasn't he?
Yeah.
What's that?
He wouldn't give you his address?
I asked him on a few occasions, and he didn't say, no, I prefer my privacy. He didn't say that. He just wouldn't answer. And then I'd forget. And then every time I saw the scarf, I'd go, hey, you forgot to give me your address. And nothing. Because remember, I lost the bet. I was supposed to wear it on a show. And then I said, well, what am I going to do with this? I'll send it to him. In fact, or did I send it to Brandon from Louisville? Because I think he's a scarf collector. I can't remember. But if it's at home, I might just send it to Brandon.
Have you ever seen Brandon's room?
No.
It's really cool. He's got a bunch of scarves up on the wall.
I did hear from our old friend Howie D from Austria giving me some shit, though, because he says I'm too confident about the upcoming Manchester United season.
I agree with him a little bit.
Well, what am I supposed to say? For one, we finished 15th. I know we're not going to finish lower than that or 15th. Even 10th is an improvement, but because it's Manchester United, I expect better. But I really feel good. Look, they don't have to play in Europe, so they'll always be well rested, less chance for injury. I think the new players are good signings. I believe in the manager. So yeah, I do feel optimistic. Now that doesn't mean we're going to win the title, but I think we're going to be a lot better than people think. Nice overhand right again for Godinez. Just Jessica, move your head or get your hands up. Jessica is still swinging a little wild. But not enough lands, not enough gets through, and she doesn't really initiate any takedowns of her own, so it's just striking for her. She got away from the low kicks. What's the clock you're working with?
Check the chat.
Well, just tell me your time.
240, but like 239, but it doesn't. No matter what I do, you end up like slipping and slipping, so it's like there's no sense. I'm just kind of staying quiet as far as play-by-play, and
you didn't touch nothing to go live or nothing like that? Because
no, I mean, I could even go further if I want.
I'll have to check and see what's going on over here.
But like literally, when we said, pause it for 10 seconds or whatever, within like 30 seconds, I was already back up like another 5 seconds.
Oh shit, Godinez is a little bloodied up.
Yeah. Might want to burn that letter.
Oh, nice overhand right by Andrade. Does she smell blood though? I wish she'd have more urgency. She's down 2-0. As she's veteran enough to look at the clock and go, oh, 1 minute and 43 or whatever's left. I got this. I won't, fall down and faint. Mm-hmm. But you got to go for it. I don't know what kind of setup she has. If it's still, equal amount of win and show. Maybe because she's a former champ, she's negotiated more up front, but go for that money. Tired. Swing, go for that money. You have to get the finish, Jessica Andrade. Oh, nice hook. Lands for Andrade. Andrade's trying to go to the body a little bit, but the head's where it's at. Now, Godinez is blocking stuff, and she just had a good sequence. Godinez did with an overhand right and a knee. It didn't slow down Andrade. She's still going on the attack. Nice leg kick there for Andrade. She kind of got away from those. Too late now. Front kick, overhand right, lands. She's on her way to winning round 3, but she ain't going to win the fight. I'd be shocked if she did because I thought she clearly lost the first 2.
Well, you know what? Round 1 was closer, but yeah, I think she still lost.
A lot of times a good finish will be fight of the night, or it saves you from getting cut.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're getting wild. Godinez wrestles at the end. It's over. Again, I see 29-28 for Godinez. Now, let's see here. What's going on with this streaming? How sad is it that 2 people that are trying to link up can't even link up?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I'm as live as it gets. Wait, let's see what happens here. What'd that do? We'll see. We'll see what the next fight starts.
You're in Peru right now. How current are they? Pretty current with movies?
People have been talking about that Brad Pitt one.
F1?
Is that pretty current?
Yeah.
And Fantastic Four, is that another one?
That was good. I saw that last night.
Yeah. So yeah, I think whatever movies debut in the United States, they debut here as well. It used to be when I was younger.
Oh, dude.
They were as far back as 3 months behind.
More than that.
All right. What are you gonna do? I mean, Godinez just beat a really, really good fighter, or a former champ. Maybe not in her prime, but still, it keeps
29, 28.
lifting her profile. Now, here's the thing that I was saving. Could Godinez turn it around and still fight Noche UFC? Well, I don't know. She just logged 15 minutes. I don't know what kind of injury she has. It's a month away. Who knows? But had she done something quick like Alexander Hernandez, you never know, right? And Hernandez, if I'm not mistaken, is from St. Louis, was raised in San Antonio, now lives in Denver.
Jeez.
And I imagine he's got some Mexican heritage. I don't want to assume, but I'm wondering if he would be interested in a quick turnaround.
I think you got it, man. Make that money. Especially if you haven't taken any damage.
She's gonna leave it in the UFC's hands. Whoever the UFC gives her, she'll be ready. Oh man, if she wanted to fight at Noche UFC, she should have had a name. She should have said it. I bet you they would have made it happen. If she didn't want to fight at UFC, Noche UFC, that's fine, but throw a name out there, and let that name respond on Twitter. Sounds good. Meet you in Abu Dhabi. Sounds good. How does New York sound to you? Sometimes they just have a life of their own. Whatever the UFC wants is so boring. It's so useless.
It does nothing for you. I think fighters think the matchmaker's going to go, man, she's a great gal, isn't she? They don't care, man. All right, let's pick the next fight. I'm 0-2. George is 0-1.
Yeah, we cold.
Gerald Meerschaert and Mikhail Oleksiejczuk. Oleksiejczuk is minus 220. Meerschaert is plus 180.
Well, Meerschaert's either going to submit him or get knocked out.
Yeah, I'm going Oleksiejczuk. Who are you taking?
Meerschaert.
Oh, okay. So let's see. You're going to take him plus 180?
Sure.
There we go. I was talking to Farah and Danny before the show, and I told them, when you look at the odds for this card, I feel like I'm either going to go close to undefeated or lose them all. They're just, so much can happen. And even some of these were the betting favorites pretty high. Like Asakura's minus, I think, 300, right? Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Tim Elliott's crazy. Like he can kind of make gives you this dog scrappy fight. Like you just never know, dude. Like a lot of these fights are like that.
Check out this bet right here. If I put $10 on Meerschaert to submit him in round 3, I win 500.
$10?
Yeah.
Huh.
I could see the fight playing out a little bit, and if he submitted him round 3, it's not like he's a round 1 submission machine.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna play that.
Let's tell you guys what. You guys have delivered as far as an audience goes on YouTube, on our website. So I've been trying to invest a little bit in our production. So I'm going to start playing a couple clips just to remind you that there's other programming that we have here at MMA Junkie. Simon Samano does overreaction time, where every week he has a different co-host, and basically he'll give you what he believes may be an overreaction to a topic in mixed martial arts, and you got to tell him whether he's tripping or he's not. So I'm gonna play a little clip for that.
UFC Paramount deal sounds great now, but it'll gradually get worse over time. Khamzat Chimaev losing to Dricus Plessis would be a huge disappointment. Alex Pereira, he should have moved to heavyweight instead of rematching Magomed Ankalaev. Now is the perfect time for the UFC to book an all-female pay-per-view event. Dana White's Contender Series is actually not good for MMA.
So this is every Tuesday at MMA Junkie. So if you're watching us right now, you go, hey, this is kind of fun. We have more programming. You can come watch Overreaction Time. We'll play another one for Spinning Back Click maybe after this this next fight. I also got Dan Tom's our fight analyst. He breaks down the main event that I'll play for you guys a little later. I'll try and go through the three of them here on the undercards, and then we'll do them again on the main card.
I disagree with 4 of those 5 takes. If he would have had me on, I think I would have given him 4 overreactions.
Okay. One of them I remember was Dana White Contender Series is it bad for the UFC or for MMA?
I think he said for MMA.
For MMA?
Yeah. Can you repeat it, or is it too hard to do?
I can repeat it.
Okay, hold on.
UFC Paramount deal sounds great now, but it'll gradually get worse over time. Khamzat Chimaev losing to Dricus Plessis would be a huge disappointment. Alex Pereira, he should have moved to heavyweight instead of rematching Magomed Ankalaev. Now is the perfect time for the UFC to book an all-female pay-per-view event. Dana White's Contender Series is actually not good for MMA.
I think I got him all. Yeah, I think I got him all. Hold on a second. Dana White Contender Series. He said for MMA. Bad for MMA. Okay. You want to go first, or you want me to go?
Well, what's the first topic?
He said the UFC Paramount deal is going to gradually get worse.
Well, I agree with that just because it's obvious they have to raise the price, and we're not going to like that. Now, is it cheaper than buying a pay-per-view? Of course. But there's no way what we pay for Paramount Plus is going to stay the same. As soon as that first quarter is over, they'll raise that price.
Yeah, but they're not going to raise it that much.
No, but remember, you still got to pay for ESPN Plus, right? If you want the programming from there.
Did you watch any of Tough?
One episode.
Okay, and do you watch every Dana White Contender Series?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
A lot of college football, stuff like that, right?
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, that's not their fault, though, that you have to get it because of college football.
Right.
The point is, you'd probably get it for college football anyway. So, okay. I think the Paramount deal is great. So, the problem is those were his lead-ins, right? I'm excited that I'm not the
He's not saying it's not great,
pay-per-view.
He's saying that it's going to get worse, and that's true. It will get worse, right?
In what respect?
Well, that's my first intuition is they're going to raise the price.
Well, right now I think it's $7.99. What do you think they're going to raise it to?
I bet you they double that.
Okay, well, that's still far less than $80 for the pay-per-view.
Right.
Now ESPN does have a huge reach, and I think they definitely did help the UFC grow in that regard, and so I think they're going to miss that. But they do have solid programming. It's not like you're like, oh man, they got some like MTV. Remember MTV at some point was like The Real World and some shows that just got played out. I think they got some hits. So there's already a reason to get Paramount. So I think there'll be a little bit of cross promotion. They'll have a few events on CBS. I don't know that those are as big as people think they are. I remember the big ones on Fox, big ones on ABC. They were nice. They were free. Everyone had access to them. But by now, MMA is it's not this hidden gem. We all know it exists. It's just a matter of, can there be a fight or an event pulls you in and you go, whoa, that was cool. Now I'm a fan. Who knows? But what I can tell you is every year, at whatever age a kid gets captivated by something and it becomes a passion, whether that's the age of 18, a bunch of kids are going to be 18. My nephew's here. I think he's 18 right now, and so he's got that type of interest. But I bet you at 15, he probably didn't. So, they'll have, I don't know, man. I think it'll be good. It's weird because I think fans are really, really going to enjoy it. We won't have the whole illegal streaming thing anymore. I mean, maybe we still will. Who knows? But they're going to be put in front of a lot of eyeballs. I think they're going to do good. But under ESPN, they were taking a step back. Weren't they saying pay-per-views are down? That could be because the UFC didn't manufacture enough stars. And, sometimes they were just ESPN Plus cards. They weren't always on ESPN. So that era might have been coming to an end as well. I don't know. We'll get to the night. We'll do one take between fights.
Okay.
The next one will be Chimaev losing would be a huge disappointment. And I think he means for the UFC, right?
I don't know.
All right, I'm as live as it gets.
Where are you at?
452, 451, 450, 449, 448. And you?
20, 19, 18.
Okay, you're 15 seconds ahead of me. You like Meerschaert's mustache?
He cracks me up. His face. His whole look just makes me laugh. I don't know why.
GM3. Oh, nice left there landed by Oleksiejczuk.
I think it's Oleksiejczuk, right?
Oleksiejczuk.
I think. I don't know. I don't have the volume up, but I think that's the easy way of saying it, I think.
Do you remember in the movie Untouchables, late 80s? Kevin Costner and Sean Connery, they recruit Andy Garcia's character.
Yeah.
And then Sean Connery says, "What's your name?" And he goes, "George Stone." He goes, "Nah, what was it before you changed it?" And then I think George Stone goes, "Giuseppe Petri," because he's basically, the character is an Italian immigrant family, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so he comes up with he's Cuban, by the way, but he comes up with an Italian accent. I think that's what Mikhail Oleksiejczuk should come up with. And just say, just call me Oleg. Just shorten the name,
Mm-hmm.
On your legal passport, everything back home, go ahead. You can be whoever you want. But over here, just be Mikhail Oleg. And we're good. We're all good.
Probably. Save some time.
Yeah. Anthony Pettis and Sergio Pettis, they're really Anthony Perez and Sergio Perez. Now, they changed it legally, but I'm sure there's a lot of other cases out there, too. Boy, Oleksiejczuk has some really fast hands.
Mm-hmm.
And GM3 should not want any part of that. He needs to time a takedown or something, but he's kind of cocking backwards, and I just don't know that he'll get a lot of explosion, and he's absorbing a lot of punches. There's another one, a left by Oleksiejczuk, and GM3's just laying there, too. Herb Dean wants to stop it.
Herzog would have stopped it 4 times by now.
Oh, yeah. But what is Meerschaert doing, just sticking that arm up? Like, he's an experienced fighter. That's not going to get you out of it. That's just going to get you more hurt.
Well, finally got one. So
Yeah, I lost.
I'm 1-2. You're 0-2, right?
Well, I did say under in the Hernandez Hooper fight.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't pick a side though. Meerschaert was so slow tonight. I mean, he's always slow, but look at that. I mean, honestly, at that point, roll to your stomach and turtle. Anything to switch positions. Well, we move on to the next one. What's up next? Oh, I never put it in. I had 10 to win 500. I never put it in. Save myself $10.
Okay. Next, probably the biggest favorite of the night. Cave. He's minus 1,200. Eric Nolan is plus 725.
So this guy's turning it around on 4 days' notice. Wait, this Polish kid is training with the Fighting Nerds now?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess so. Joe's got him on too.
Okay,
I'll never take a minus 1,200.
Sir, let's see. Khamzat is minus 1110 plus 510, but you got the official odds that we're using, so we'll go with those. Same neighborhood. He fought on 6 day notice to get on Dana White Contender Series. Then he's fighting on 4 days notice to get here. It's very similar to his fellow Chechnyan, Khamzat Chimaev, who did 2 quick fights. Not as quick as these two, but he did 2 pretty quick fights during the pandemic. I don't know enough about Eric Nolan, but I don't know. Like you said, who's gonna give up those odds? I'd rather just watch it.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same. All right, what was the second topic on Simon's thing?
I wrote them down. Let's see here. Chimaev losing would be a huge disappointment. He probably meant the UFC, right? Because obviously it'd be a huge disappointment to Chimaev.
Yeah.
Okay, well, the UFC has just become this company that serves 2 audiences. The rest of the world and I think the Middle East, especially the Muslim countries. And so because they have this relationship with investors, back to Flash Entertainment, which they sold, but they're doing so much work over there. They want to bring big names and big fights to that part of the world. Dubai, Abu Dhabi, that area of the world is claiming to have a Riyadh, claiming to have some rights to being a sporting capital of the world or whatever.
They're making moves.
And they sure are. But Chimaev, I think, is big for that area. But that said, Chimaev got such a pop in Chicago. Wow. I always knew he was a big star for the UFC, but because he fights so infrequently, I guess you just forget.
That's the problem.
And so that said, if you can be the guy that beats that boogeyman, you're going to gain some of that traction because you can't hate on DDP. He hasn't really done anything to make you hate him. He stood up to Izzy. Remember when Izzy N-bombed him and he was the champ at the time, I think? He fair and square beat him. He fair and square beat Sean Strickland, another big talker. And so he's doing his thing. And like right on the heels of John Jones running away from Tom Aspinall, You got this guy saying, I want the boogeyman. He didn't say Boayo or Imavov. Imavov had a great case being a former champ. And he said, no, I want Chimaev. I want Chimaev next. And so he's doing things that I find very refreshing. I just don't know if there's enough me's out there. Other people are like, the boogeyman, man, he's cool. We need him. Okay, cool. And he's very talented. But I think if DDP can stop him, he's going to take a next level up in becoming a star. And I don't know what'll happen to Chimaev. It all depends on the type of loss. So, yeah, it would be. I would agree. I would agree with that one. It would be a huge disappointment, especially based off what I saw this week in Chicago. But the UFC hardly ever loses, no matter what the result.
Right. And they'll be able to rebuild him very easily. I think,
Yeah.
He still gets a lot of pop. He's young. He's edgy. He's kind of funny at times. I think he'll be just fine.
Exactly. Remember, he used to pal around with Darren Till, and I thought Darren Till had the potential to be a big star in the UFC, but he's no longer in the UFC. And Mike Perry's another bad boy, and so are many others, and they come and go, and the UFC will be fine. But again, that's just, I'm talking about Chicago this week. I know that overseas, he definitely seems to be very, very popular. Him and Makhachev and a few of the other guys, even Shara Bullet. So, yeah, I agree. It would be a disappointment. I don't know how huge of a disappointment it would be, to tell you the truth, though.
What's the next one?
Alex Pereira should have gone to heavyweight instead of rematching Magomed Ankalaev. I think that's an overreaction. I didn't think he looked great against Ankalaev, but I didn't think Ankalaev looked unbeatable.
Right.
So Pereira didn't really get it wasn't like he was owned on the ground or anything like that. Like who got owned on the ground recently? Oh, Jesus Pinedo. He really didn't have too many answers for Movlid Kabulaev in the PFL finals.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's one where if I'm advising Pinedo and they go, hey, they just offered you Movlid again, I'd say, no, you know what? We got some work to do. Let's get better. Let's stop these takedowns. And let's take another fight in between, get you paid, get you, keep you fluid and active. And then we'll see what we got for that guy. But Alex Pereira, I think, can beat Magomed Ankalaev. And honestly, I don't think he can beat Tom Aspinall. So I think that's an overreaction.
I think it all depends on how much life Poatan has left. Because if he doesn't have very many fights left in him, then I would say, yeah, go up to heavyweight. Especially, you definitely can't go up if you lose again, right, at light heavyweight. But you still have a little bit of that mystique where you might be able to pull something off, and that would.
But he's supposed to cut the line after losing the title at 205.
You could give him something that's kind of favorable to him. That would be a striking matchup to get that one win at heavyweight and then a big fight. If I were his manager, I'd say, hey, that's how we can make the most money getting out of here. Now, if he's like, hey, man, I'm bullshitting, I really got like six more fights or something, then yeah, stay at light heavyweight.
I can't argue with his with Pereira's career. It's been amazing. But let me remind you, he lost at middleweight and said, okay, enough, I'm going to move up. Then he beat Jan Blachowicz in a close fight, and then after that, won the title, and I think defended it 3 times. So that was brilliant. But if he were to go up to heavyweight, it would be off of a loss.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're saying take a fight, win, kind of like he did against Blachowicz, and then if he did and he beat Aspinall, yeah, I suppose all bets are off. He's a star again, but I like it better when someone's cleaned out a division and then they move out. In fact, I don't even agree with Toporia's move, but he pulled it off. But I like it when someone like Makhachev, how he's doing it. Like, hey, look, I beat a lot of lightweights. Let me just move up. And then if he were to do something there, then that's pretty great. I feel like Pereira's going up for other reasons, I guess. Well, I guess, do you think it was an overreaction? That's the question.
I get where he's coming from. So I would say probably not an overreaction, but to me, it all depends on how much life he has left in him.
You think he beats Pavlovich?
Yeah.
I don't. You think he beats Gone?
Yeah.
Pereira does.
I think so.
Man, that's another 50 pounds. Well, maybe 40. I don't think he beats Aspinall, Pavlovich. I don't think he beats Gon.
Volkov.
I don't think he beats Volkov. And I don't think he beats Blades. I just don't see it. Like, you'd have to give
I don't
him
think he beats
Tai
Blades.
Tuivasa or, kind of like that, get a feel for heavyweight fight.
Mhm.
Tai Tuivasa or, I don't even think he could beat Derek Lewis, but I'd give him Tai Tuivasa or
I don't think he'd beat Derek Lewis either.
Jairzinho, someone who, that wants to strike, but you can expose openings in Tuivasa. Jairzinho is so reluctant to throw, but he's no longer in the UFC anyway. But I don't know. I don't know about those first top 5. And then let's just say he does. Let's say he beats Tuivasa. We'll go with the name that exists. He beats Tuivasa. Aspinall beats Gon. I don't know that he deserves to cut the line.
He doesn't.
Of the other guys.
But the UFC plays that game.
Yeah.
And if they're willing to pay you, there you go.
I say get your title back at 205. I like him at 205. He had an amazing run.
Right.
Hey, who's had the greater career, Izzy or Alex Pereira?
Ooh. Career.
Let's forget about kickboxing. Pereira beat him 2 times. They each beat each other once at middleweight.
Mm-hmm.
Izzy had 5 title defenses. Pereira had none at middleweight. But then Pereira went to light heavyweight and had 3 title defenses. So Pereira's got less title defenses, but he's won titles in 2 different weight classes, and they're both 1-1 against each other. Of the 2, who's had the greater career? Now, remember also, I guess I must say it, Izzy did try and go up and lost to Blachowicz, by the way, at light heavyweight.
Might say Pereira.
Yeah, that second weight class, that's something, man. That's pretty special.
It's gotta weigh something.
And he earned it because you could tell middleweight was hard. He got knocked out. He said, "Hey, look, I'm tired of cutting. Let me move up." He beat a former champ, Blachowicz. Then he got the title shot. He was lucky that weight class was shallow, and so he was able to get in there and mix it up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he would have beat Jones though.
No, I don't think so.
There's this big lull here in the action. Why is that?
I don't know. They're on time.
I still got the threesome here on ESPN Espanol. Are you seeing fighters walk out or anything?
No.
What is the next fight? Nolan and Meerschaert?
Yeah. Tell you what, while we do that, I'm going to run a little ad we told you what we do on Tuesday. On Monday, we do a show called Spinning Back Click. It's usually George hosting, myself, and 2 other guys on the panel, guys or gals. But it switches up quite a bit. Here's a clip from this past week.
Either guy wins. They got a roadmap, right, for how they can promote that champ and what they do with that division. But secretly, they always kind of lean one way or the other. What's the best scenario for the UFC?
I think immediately you probably think Khamzat Chimaev just because he's undefeated. He's important to that area of the Middle East, and obviously they're having more cards over there. And he's an international star. Like, not only is he important for that area, but here in the U.S., he's beloved as well. And he seems to have beef with everyone as well. So, like, you can make tons of grudge matches and bad blood fights in the lead up to so many pay-per-views. And he's like a sort of like this bad boy persona and stuff. So that's great. I think he's definitely more marketable and more promotable than DDP. And that's not to say DDP is not promotable, but DDP is very reliable, man. This is a guy that always shows up, that fights often, that doesn't really get injured. And I can't say the same thing for Khamzat Chimaev. And we know how the UFC likes to have, title fights in every pay-per-view. And, sometimes they're even forced to make up belts just to be able to have that. So having a very reliable champion, I think, is worth a lot. So I don't know. Do you want the the new shiny toy that may break sometimes that you can't really count on all the time, or do you want a guy that's also good promotable as well, but perhaps not as promotable as Khamzat, but he always show up, he'll always be there. So this is a tough one. I don't know.
I like this question. Let's ask the rest of the panel. What do you think, Fada? Both undefeated in the UFC. Chimaev overall. DDP only has 2 losses, but he hasn't lost since 2019. Like I say, 9-0 in the UFC. He's been former champion Sean Strickland twice, Israel Adesanya, Robert Whittaker. So he's very, very proven. He's passed the cardio issues, got his nose issues addressed, whatever that was. It affected his breathing. And look, out of 23 wins, he's finished 20 of them. And he seems very respectful towards the past, saying, hey, Anderson's the GOAT, but I want to get there. And I want to fight the best fighters along the way. Like, he's won me over just the same way he's won over Dan Tom.
Yeah, I'll keep it short and sweet so Dan can get an opportunity to talk. Right now, Khamzat's the bigger star, probably has more aura, more, like, garners more numbers. But for DDP, you beat Khamzat, you take a lot of that. That's what I think it is.
No need to make room for me. I got enough room to talk, folks. My breakdowns, but yeah, I think Khamzat Chimaev would be their choice if we played that game.
There you have it. Every Monday at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, with the exception of the current run that we're on, because the Dana White Contender Series, their weigh-ins are at the same time that we normally do the show. So we're bringing things up an hour, 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific, every Monday until Dana White Contender Series is over. And immediately following our show, you can watch those weigh-ins. So check it out. Like I said, or like Goze said, I host, and we have a panel that usually includes Goze and 2 of our colleagues, and it's a ton of fun, and we unpack the biggest stories from the previous week and the previous weekend's fights, and then we also toss it forward to whatever's coming up. So I'm sure you'll like it. Check it out. It's live on Mondays. Chat rooms available for you to participate. Overreaction time is Tuesdays at 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. They're not affected by the weigh-in, so they have a consistent start time, but that's our second video franchise. It's now about 6 months old, Goze. How old do you think overreaction time is?
Yeah, 8 months, I think.
Okay. We'll get to some of those other ones because, like I said, I think there was 4 of them that I thought would have been an overreaction.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see what a miracle it would be if Nolan were to win.
Hey, isn't this when the hell is this fight gonna start?
I don't know. I'm as shocked as you are.
Their limitations are kind of gone, but they still try and stay within their frame. We gotta come up with a nickname for this homie.
Who?
Sirkaev or whatever.
Do you think the leader of Chechnya is watching right now? Roman Kadyrov?
Possibly.
What time do you think it is in Chechnya right now? I have a feeling they're 10 hours ahead.
I'll go more. All prices right you and say 11.
Right now it's 4:34 a.m. So they're literally 8 hours ahead of me, 10 hours ahead of you. So I was right. And guess what? Khamzat's not going to fight for another 3 hours, I think. So it'll be basically 7:30 a.m. Eggs and pancakes while we watch the fight. That's what Kadyrov's saying. Bring me a lumberjack breakfast. And if Khamzat wins, he's going to be rolling in a nice whip when he gets back. They reward their fighters or athletes.
Did you see his little block that he has?
No, what's that?
He's got a house, and his parents have a house in front of him, and his brother has another house down. It was actually kind of cool.
Khamzat?
Yeah.
Are they nice cribs or?
Yeah, they look pretty decent.
Well, I can top that because my cousins live right next to each other. One, boom, 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 boom.
Mm.
4 of them. They have the system because they all are part owners of a trucking business. And because of the way you park, you basically they all have the same truck. It's a company truck. So when you get out of the car, you take all your belongings. And they put the keys, I think, on the top visor. So when you get out, like let's say you were the first one to come home and there's a lot of cars because they got kids and all that, then it'd be too hard to go, can you pull your car out? You'd have to say that to like 2 or 3 of them. So the first one out just grabs the last truck. And then when they get to the same business, I suppose if someone goes, I left my lighter or, something in the center console, they can just figure it out. But that's their system. Now they don't take each other's personal cars, but they will take each other's trucks. All right. So remember, this is the second fight. He fought on Tuesday, folks. He fought literally 4 nights ago. Wait, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, 4 nights ago. And he took that fight on 6 days' notice. He was a late fill-in. Let's see how it goes. But the odds makers aren't stupid either.
No.
He does look confident. Just standing there like, what you got, kid? Put those fingers in, though. Oh, well, that got blocked, that head kicked. Nice uppercut and left hook for Nolan. Meerschaert just kind of laughed it off and then returned a couple kicks. Those fingers, though, give them a warning.
Yeah.
Like they're literally out there. You're either supposed to point them up or just keep your hands in a fist. He does speak English, and he was featured on the Embedded series. So who knows? We'll see.
Something, though, because it's only a matter of time before those fingers go in somebody's eyes.
See, this is right away where, as humans, I bet you there's half the planet where whoever's watching are going, man, this guy's cocky. He rubs me the wrong way. I hope Nolan knocks him the fuck out. And then there's other people going, yeah, I kind of like this dude. He's got some swag. What's up?
Mm-hmm.
Where do you sit?
Both sides. There's been times where it cracks me up, and then there's times where it's kind of annoying. You have to kind of earn that type of swag, I think.
Well, which one do you lean towards? Are you hating him more or liking him? Meerschaert, his little
probably hating more.
I think I'm 55, 45 towards liking it.
Yeah.
Because we need more characters, But I do like a guy to earn his stripes. Oh, big overhand right for Nolan. Nice stiff jab for Nolan. Now Meerschaert is kind of being a little bit more respectful. He's not kind of grinning or smiling. We got ourselves a fight. Doesn't Eric Nolan look like that's his first name, right, Eric?
Yeah.
Doesn't it look like he has an office job, like an accountant?
Probably. I'm actually kind of impressed with him. He's not back down one bit.
Meerschaert does seem strong, though. Like I say, you could tell he was obviously taller and just bigger overall.
Mm-hmm.
As long as he makes weight, hey, and to make it twice on 10 days notice, because he didn't even know he was going to be on Dana White Contender Series 6 days before that fight. Plus these 4, this is 10 days where his life's completely changed. In other words, 10 days ago, he didn't even know he was going to be on Dana White Contender Series. He went, did that, won, and now he's fighting in Chicago.
No, it's nuts.
And I'm going to have a take about that here when we do the last 2 overreaction themes or topics. Okay, they let go. There's a minute left here in round 1. Nolan gets right back to throwing some punches. Meerschaert does a good job of covering up. Now he's laughing at him. Oh, spinning elbow, but Nolan's losing a little steam off of some of his punches. Kick to the body by Meerschaert. Knee lands for Meerschaert on Nolan's nose.
His defensive wrestling, Nolan's not so bad.
Nice wizard by Nolan. It saved him from getting taken down.
Yeah.
And now Nolan answers with a 1-2. Meerschaert laughing at him, kicks him on the side of the head, kind of hurt him. Nolan answers back. Oh, nice finish to the round. Is Meerschaert hurt?
I don't know. You know what? The way
He
he's
may have
sat
won the
down right
round.
now, maybe.
He may have won back the round because of Meerschaert's body language. If Khamzat was in his corner, he'd tell him, stop fucking grinning. All right, like, fight. You got to win this fight. You lose this, and all of a sudden, all that kind of goes away.
Mm-hmm.
Got to get a little more serious.
And that's kind of we see that so much, man, over and over in this sport. You'd think people kind of learn their lesson a little bit. But I get it. He wants to stand out. Can't argue too much.
See, that wobbled him right there. And then Nolan comes in, I think a knee, right? Or an uppercut. Nice. Look at that. I think you should stop doing that spinning attack. It's slow and developing.
You know what's weird, though? The fact that it's slow, I think, is what's making it land.
They do touch hands. I wouldn't have done that if I'm Nolan. You're in a fight. Let's go. There go those fingers. And if Nolan's not saying nothing, his corner should.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to walk into one of those, you're going to regret it, man. That's one thing I disliked about John Jones. I know he had his problems, but I just didn't like that tactic of him sticking those fingers out. Uh-oh. Did Nolan just fake that?
No, I don't think so. I think
He really got his knee hurt? Oh, shit.
It was the other one. It was the one that he was bracing with. A lot of people gave Nolan the first round.
Yeah, that finish was strong. He wobbled him. But now he's getting rocked. Meerschaert on top.
It's curious if they get back up to the feet, if he'll be able to stand or what. It could have just locked up, or he could have maybe tore something.
Now, I wonder if it was a variety getting kicked in the perennial nerve and it just gave out, or...
Well, the leg that he got kicked on,
him.
The other leg was the one that kind of it's the way he planted it.
Meerschaert might get away with this. All this cockiness, he might get away with it if he gets the stoppage. And I won't hate on it. Uh-oh. He had flattened him out. Nolan now gets out of that, and he's turning into him. Nolan's a gamer, dude. I like him. But he needs to stop taking these punches. You take one or two of those, and you have to roll into another position. Uh-oh. Now he might take the neck. And Nolan has to fight that choke. He's only doing it with one hand. There he goes. He's tapped out. Meerschaert wins. Big risk that he took. And in 10 days, he's won on Dana White Contender Series, and now he's a winner at UFC 319.
Let's see what Nolan looks like when he stands up here. Oh no, it was the knee that got kicked. Oh no, wait.
He's walking around. Might have been the peroneal nerve. Because he went to the ground so quick that we didn't see the ankle flop. So we don't know. Who knows? He'll tell us. I'm sure we'll find out post-fight. On MMA Junkie, after this watch-along is over, on our channel here, youtube.com/MMA Junkie video, we'll have the whole post-fight press conference. Our guys are there. Is it just Mike Bonner or is Ken Hathaway there?
I think it's just Mike.
Okay, well, we have the post-fight press conference, and more than likely we'll hear from UFC President Dana White and a handful of winners, hopefully the winner of the main event. If you don't see them, it's because they both have taken a ride to the hospital, but I'm hoping that we'll get to see, most of the winners. But at least we'll see if we can figure out what might have happened with Eric Nolan's neck. Knee. He gave a good effort, though, considering he was such a massive underdog.
Crazy week for this kid.
Asakura and Tim Elliott's next goes.
Okay. Oh man.
Wait, are you gonna tell me we just finished all the prelims?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay, that was 4 quick ones. Only one went to a decision. All right, so we still got about 13 minutes before we start the main card portion. Maybe that's why there was this big lull of time.
Well, but they didn't know that this fight would end here in the second round, right?
Yeah. That is lady or his translator? Or both?
Do you remember that one weird combination where they had to go from like Joe to a translator to another translator to the fighter back like that because of where they were and all that and the fighters?
I do. I mean, I don't remember the names, but we've seen it a few times. I think it's like if an Eastern European is fighting in Brazil and they win, and so we have an English audience, and Rogan obviously talks in English. Well, bad example because he's not in Brazil usually, but Anik or whoever. And then you got the Brazilian crowd that needs to know what's going on. And then, you need the translator to speak to someone of another
like
language.
Bugs Bunny when they're like handing the hatchet and the gun and like a banana or something.
Yeah. I just realized I was on mute, so let me repeat what I was saying. We're getting to the pay-per-view portion here of this watch along, and so we're not in the Paramount era yet. We still have 5 left. This one, 319 in Chicago, early October. Let's just say 2 in October. We have Vegas and Abu Dhabi. November, New York. December, back in Vegas. Those are 5 pay-per-views. That ends the ESPN era. In January of 2026, the UFC goes to Paramount Plus, and as long as you have Paramount Plus, you'll get to see all of the fight nights and what used to be the pay-per-views. Right now, they'll be the numbered events. And that's phenomenal because Paramount Plus right now, I think is $8 for a subscription. But if you want no ads, I think it goes to 13. It's not worse, 13 a month, but you get all that stuff. No word yet on the Ultimate Fighter or Dana White Contender Series or Road to the UFC. Maybe they'll address that later. But I think most of us show up for fight nights and numbered events. So if you choose not to get the card here, we'll be your eyes and ears. Just stick with us here on this watch along. We got Tim Elliott and Kai Asakura starting things off in the flyweight division. Then Jared Cannonier versus Michael Venom Page in the middleweight division because Michael Page is going up. Jeff Neal versus Carlos Prates, and that's welterweights. They were supposed to fight, I think, in Kansas City, and Neal fell off. Prates fought Ian Gary, lost, so now he's back. And Lerone Murphy versus Aaron Pico, who's debuting in the co-main event. That's what they think of him, the former Bellator standout. Never got a chance to fight in the PFL. And then DDP versus Khamzat Chimaev. So you got a decision to make. You pay 80 and watch along with us, or just hang back and let us be your eyes and ears. We'll tell you what's happening in real time. Also, if you can hit the like button, that would help us out a ton. Kindly consider subscribing to the channel. Like Goze played earlier, some clips from Spinning Back Click, Overreaction Time, all the interviews we have with fighters. We speak to all the UFC fighters and all the PFL fighters, the top names, before every matchup. All right, so we got that on lockdown. And also, did you know that MMA Junkie is the only website that'll show you B-roll, right, on our Spinning Back Click show of what we're talking about? That you don't get that on any other website. And our team was able to get that a few years ago. So when you watch Spinning Back Click, you get to see those highlights. So we're immediately talking about fights, and our producers will play that. I think it's pretty cool. You don't see that on too many shows. It's very, very rare in television, and we've managed to get that with the UFC. So we thank the UFC for that. We thank our colleagues. Shout out to John Morgan, a former colleague, and current stud producer Ken Hathaway. They were able to make that happen. So another reason to subscribe to the channel. We're at 416,000 subscribers. We'd like to get to 500,000, and that's all due to you guys. But you guys it's free. Hit that button. We'll take care of the rest.
All right, we got to make this pick. You want to go first?
Tell me the odds.
All right. Kai Asakura is minus 300. Tim Elliott's plus 250. It's been kind of steady there all day. It hasn't really moved.
I'm going to go with that old wrestler, Tim Elliott.
Kai Asakura is explosive, but I think if there's any grappling involved, like Tim Elliott can be kind of nuts.
He's older for sure. I acknowledge, but I'm going to go with Tim Elliott.
I'm going to go Kai Asakura. Man, I really wanted to do Tim Elliott, but all right. So George, Tim Elliott.
What am I, Schleprock? You really wanted Elliott, but because I said him, now you don't want Elliott?
No. Hold on. So that's yours.
All right. Give me a 10-second.
Give you a what? I guess what I meant here was I like to look at things from like a business standpoint. Kai Asakura is a guy that I think the UFC really likes, and I think they're giving him Tim Elliott because they think he can beat Tim Elliott. So I think if it were one of Tim Elliott's better days, there are keys to victory. There are ways he can win. Let's stick with Kai Asakura, though.
I like Elliott. I'm sticking with Elliott.
All right.
I like underdogs. I like vets. Asakura, it gave us a strong showing at Pantoja, but it didn't last that long before Pantoja took over. I respect the fact that Pantoja makes everyone look bad, but I'm just not sure Asakura's, a top gun. But obviously age, explosion, he's got it. But every time that I bet against Elliott, whether he wins or loses, he still shows me that he's got a lot. He's crafty, dude. He's got a lot of tricks.
I just, what doesn't help too is the feeling from Jessica Andrade, even though she turned it up at the end.
Yeah.
Sometimes I latch onto these veterans a little too long.
Okay, pues 5 de tu parte.
What can you say about Rico as he breaks into the UFC? Everything. I can follow this kid since he was 15 years old. But by the way, he was doing how old he was when he won his first World Wrestling Championship on his debut card at Madison Square Garden live on pay-per-view. I happened to be there, and I'm only sharing with you. This guy's been there and he's done it. But I think you make a great point, that Cheryl.
Let me. I gotta put out a fire. I'll be back.
All right, folks. So we still got about 5 minutes before the pay-per-view portion officially starts. And then it takes them about 10 minutes to intro the whole thing. So right now they're showing that UFC highlight package with the Baba O'Reilly, whatever it's called, by The Who. And that always gets the crowd pumped up. If you've never been to a UFC event, that's a nice video of a lot of highlights the UFC's accumulated over the years. And they do that as John Anik, Joe Rogan, and Daniel Cormier set up the night. What's coming ahead for the next 5 fights of the pay-per-view. Right now, they're just killing time with B-roll over here where I'm at. I'm watching a different broadcast. But it's pretty cool to see Chicago light up. Lots of tall buildings. At one point, they had the tallest building in the world, the Sears Tower. I think that's been topped a few times, though, since then. Tall buildings in Malaysia and Dubai, I believe. I'm not sure what the tallest building in the world. In fact, I think Toronto had a big one. So, but if you've never been to Chicago, fun city. I've been there a few times, but mostly on layovers. But one time I did get to spend about 3 days there. It was on my way to Notre Dame versus USC at Notre Dame. We stayed a few days in Chicago. At the time, a month before, 9/11 had happened. This was 2001. We went in October. 9/11 was in September. So this was fresh. And they weren't allowing anyone to go to the top of the Sears Tower, which was the tallest building in the world at the time. But we did get to go up the John Hancock building, which is probably top 10 at that time. And I remember going up and feeling uneasy because the ride would never end. I swear I thought we were going to shake hands with God. It just kept going. And the building sways. That's how they make it. And I just remember asking the young lady that was the elevator tech, or what do you call her, the porter or the attendant, yeah. And she was smiling and not a care in the world. That was her job, to just take you up and down. And I asked her, I go, you ain't never said all about this swaying? She goes, nope, that's part of the engineering. And okay. So we went up there and it was a nice view. Incredible. If you ever go to Chicago, go up one of those 2 buildings. I'm sure it's way different now, but at the time, like I said, it was 1.5 months removed from 9/11. So I imagine everyone was taking a precaution with tall buildings, especially in the United States. And if you must know, USC had a 10-point lead, I think, in that game, or at least the lead in the 4th quarter. And stupid Notre Dame came back and won and ruined my night. But Chicago was fun. I'll give it up.
I've never been there.
You got the plays in?
Yeah.
Big decision, but I think it's going to stop later. Dricus Plessis has proven people wrong before. He's an even bigger underdog tonight.
That'd be a nice start to my little parlay here. $10 pays, no, 15 pays 187 on. I need Elliott first. DDP's a dog. I might finish it with DDP. I'm still not sold on Murphy and Pico. I really want Pico to win,
Dude.
but that layoff scares me. And the fact that Lerone Murphy's undefeated overall, undefeated in the UFC. He's 8-0, 8-0-1, I think. He's pretty solid everywhere. I don't know, man. That's a tough one.
Okay. I tried to break this down. We've known Aaron Pico for quite a long time. He's a hometown guy. He's a great role model. But at the end of the day, what would be his best win? Corrales, maybe, or someone like that?
Well, he lost once to Corrales and he beat Corrales, if I'm not mistaken. And so let's see if I look here.
If you look at Murphy's last 3 fights, there should be Ige, Emmett, and Barbosa.
Hang on, I'm looking at I think the biggest wins of his career are Leandro Higo early on, and then the avenging the loss to Corrales and Pedro Carvalho. But none of those guys, they might be top 50 at most,
Right.
even at their highest peak.
Now, Lerone Murphy's last 3 wins, if you plug Pico in there, I hate to say it, but I think maybe he goes 1-2, something like that. 2-1 at best. There's just nothing there that tells us from a gambling perspective that he should be the favorite in a new organization, fighting an undefeated fighter. He has all the potential in the world, and I'm not saying he can't do it. I just don't think there's enough information out there that tells us, yes, he should 100% be the favorite in this fight.
The top gamblers in the world have told me, don't pay attention to countdowns, don't pay attention to embeddeds. And guess what? I paid attention. That was one thing that stood out. Brandon Gibson, who's always been alongside John Jones, he's saying that Aaron Pico, pound for pound, hits harder than any of the guys he's ever coached. Could just be the coach propping up his guy, but he didn't need to say that. He could have said one of the hardest hitters. And I'm not saying John Jones should be offended because he said pound for pound. So obviously John Jones probably hits harder. He's just saying for their weight class. And again, John Jones is known as a notoriously hard hitter. But think of all the guys that have come through Jackson Wink. He's been with a lot of fighters. And like I say, before this guy became a standout wrestler and tried out for the Olympic team, Pico was a boxer. And so that's why he's got some really, really nice boxing. He's not a wrestler who developed them hands, fell in love with them hands. No, he had the hands before. I don't know, Goze. I just think that, Pico's really won 10 of it, or he's 9-1, but the loss to Kennedy was the shoulder, right? I think the shoulder went out. And I know it's against lesser competition. Lerone Murphy hasn't really put away fighters. I think he's had like 4 straight decisions or something like that. So I just don't want to be SoCal biased guy. But I'm still going to ride with Pico. And I think Pico can knock him out.
I'm going to ride with him. And I just, gambling wise, I don't see why he would be the favorite.
That's the part that hurts. I wish he was the underdog.
There's just not enough. He hasn't been through enough to, I think, to do that.
Pico?
Yeah. Murphy's no joke, man. He's a tough out. And he's willing to show you that he's willing to fight a boring fight to get a win. As where you have a young guy like Aaron Pico in a new organization that probably wants to impress. I think he's got a lot of pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Not just to win, but to kind of look good and earn that spot that he's in right now.
Mm. No, boy, the streamers are hitting us. How do we stop this?
It's a lot. It's happening on all the watch along, supposedly.
Oh, it'll be glad to get rid of them. Whenever they do make it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Holy cow, way to ruin a stream. Can Pete do anything about this?
Not YouTube. That kind of looked like when John Anik turned around, that Rogan was too close, kind of scared him.
What are you watching?
The big three talking.
Okay. All right. I'm just not going to look at the chat because it's just filled with spam. Right now, I'm seeing Aaron Eco being interviewed backstage. I got a different feed here. Aaron Pico is, I think he's fought enough and has enough experience that he won't be as overwhelmed. I think he'll be able to shake it off pretty quick. And another thing is he's well prepared, dude. Like did you see the shape he's in?
Yeah, amazing.
That's incredible. Says he didn't cheat on his diet or anything. Why am I sideways?
Why are you sideways?
I am leaning this way. Okay. Yeah, Pico's in extraordinary shape. I think he's ready. I think he's been hyped up for this moment. And another thing too, everything Pico said is what every fighter every fighter thinks about, but doesn't say out loudly. Anyone that's ever fought at one championship, Bellator, PFL, you name it, over all the years, they say what they got to say because their check gets cut by that promotion that they're in. But who just doesn't dream about fighting in the UFC? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think if you're who are we? Alfie Davis, right? Isn't that his name? Who just got a win at PFL?
Yeah.
He was talking about a cab driver that just asked him, what do you do? And a lot of times when people say that, like if they say I'm a fighter, I fight for PFL or Bellator, usually their first question is, have you fought in the UFC? Or is it like the UFC? That's something that is very, very common, and every fighter wants to do it. Pico's here. You kind of had to have that feeling that it was only a matter of time, right? That he would come over eventually. But
I really enjoyed his honesty because he he's saying I've watched so many fighters sign the posters. You could tell he was enjoying the moment. His dad was there.
Mm-hmm.
They were enjoying getting outfitted for Venom. It's just a lifelong dream. But at the same time, it just seemed like I saw a very prepared fighter, someone who took this serious. And
Sure.
And I think Lerone Murphy's gonna have his hands full.
But he took it serious for another guy for most of that camp, right? Like those little shakeups, maybe an established veteran, they've been through it, they've had that. I'm sure that probably bothered him a lot, probably screwed up with, I don't know if he saw, I think it was the Embedded, where DDP was just talking about how important everything being perfect for him is, and how if one thing kind of screws up, it really throws him off. That's a champion, like it's a tough situation, man. I really think the best Aaron Pico will beat the best Lerone Murphy, but I don't know what we're going to get here tonight.
The problem is we're not sure we've seen the best Aaron Pico because the competition hasn't been as good and it hasn't pushed him,
Yeah.
Those two guys that I mentioned, Corrales and Carvalho, I mean, he steamrolled them.
But he also
Oh my
lost
god!
one of them.
You know, I hate, as much as I hate commercials and I hate events that drag out when there's a lot of time in between fights. You know, but I know the UFC's basically they have to start at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, so they have their process. But I've been listening to these three knuckleheads talking Spanish.
I'm watching one of the most amazing drone shots I've ever seen. This is pretty cool. No, he's not gonna go in. Is he? Wow.
What?
So it's a drone that started outside of the arena and it came in through the doors. So they opened the doors, it flew in. Then it went through the concourse and now it went through 2 doors and now it's inside the arena. It's a really, really cool shot.
You remember the old not hot air bullet. Yeah, what were they called? The Goodyear blimp? The old little mini blimp versions of those that would go around?
Yeah. Yeah.
I wonder if that was way before drones. I wonder if that sprung the idea of drones.
Mm-hmm. They actually still were using that 2 years ago at a UNLV basketball game. They still had it.
I might be seeing that now, this drone. Did it go past 2 ring card girls?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, yeah, this is a drone. Oh, never mind.
So Tim Elliott, if you guys haven't seen the embeddeds, he looks a lot different in all of this promotion that he's doing here. But when he comes out fighting, he's actually going to have a haircut and all that. He did that at the end. But he said he was at a park and some dude thought he was homeless. Okay.
He freshened up a little bit.
He kind of did, like, you can't really get mad at that guy.
Well, he had a mullet, the beard, and then he's got that leathery skin from fighting, I think. Kai looked in excellent shape. I can't take that away from him. But I'm still not convinced that just because you were a rising champ, he got gifted that title shot, that all of a sudden you're one of the top flyweights in the world. I mean, look, I don't want to pick on Steve Erceg because he's coming off a win. He got tested against Ode Osborne, by the way. But Erceg fought for the title. Didn't do that bad against Pantoja compared to other title challengers. And then he lost his next 3, and then everyone's like, holy cow, this guy might be fighting for his job. You can all turn around like that, dude. Like that.
I'm not sold on Asakura being like championship level, but I think he's a solid fighter.
Could 5 Gozes beat up Kai Asakura?
Where are we at? That's really important.
You're in the octagon at Extreme Couture.
Oh, in the octagon at Extreme Couture. 5 of us. The first one's going to get
Need.
bumped.
First one's going to get need.
So we need to throw that first goes as a decoy.
Yes.
And then the other goes need to
Tackle him. I would throw martial arts techniques out of the window. I think you need to tackle him and have 4 bodies almost like restraining him. Like how cops, cops like, get on the ground, and all of a sudden they maul you.
I think I would send 2 gozes to grab a hold of him and 2 to just throw our best power shots and hope we can stifle him a little bit.
I'm going to ask my nephews right now, see what they think. Chicos, mi hermano, ¿cuántos de él podrían ganarle a Kai Asakura? Sí. 7? ¿Tú? They think it takes 7 of you.
7 gozes might be able to get the job done. 5, I don't think so. He's got too much room to move. He's going to shuck and jive. He's going to head kick one of them, knee another one. Now we're down to 3 gozes. Like 3 gozes is going to get thumped. Not to mention, like, 1 leg kick's going to send a me crashing to the ground.
Like Eric Nolan?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that one street fight where it looks like they're in a parking garage and there's like this, I'm going to just say a Mexican homie, I think it looks like. He's kind of heavy. He's smoking a cigarette and he's got this confident look like, what's up? And he takes off his shirt. I think he's down to a wife beater.
I think so.
flicks the cigarette, and then some young kid just goes, bah, kicks out his leg.
Mhm.
And then that guy, and even his friends are going, hey, man, you might have made a bad decision. And he goes out there and he just gets lit up. The camera's right on him, everything.
It's in a garage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder what it's like when he got back to the hood. It's hard to take that serious. That guy's serious,
Mm-hmm.
Street cred. All right, here comes Tim Elliott. Got a nice shave. Not all the way. Trimmed down the beard. Cut his hair. Looks civilized. But he's older. All right, let me give you some exact ages here. Actually, they're going to do that right now when they give us the tail of the tape. So I'll give you guys a little bit better the people that aren't watching, because now you're in pay-per-view land, some better play-by-play. With the other prelims, most of us have access to ESPN or around the world, whatever channel you have. Most countries actually get to see these events because they're part of like the cable package. Here in Peru, this is part of Disney Plus, and I think Disney Plus is kind of like what Paramount is, like $12 a month, $11 a month. So if you got that, you get these events. But in the US, different. Now that all ends in 2026, because the big news earlier this week is the UFC is going to be part of Paramount Plus. If you got Paramount Plus, you're locked. Just like the WWE, what they did that like 10 years ago, Goze, where they said, "All right, we're done with pay-per-views." What
They
are
did
they
it
on?
with Peacock.
USA, Peacock, yeah, something. And dude, the fans love it.
Oh, it's
That's why I
legit.
disagree with Simon a bit, because I feel like I didn't see a drop off from WWE like when they moved to that.
I mean, we probably need a little bit more context than what we got in the clip. He could be talking about, look, the fighters are going to get their share, stuff like that.
Yeah,
when you add
you're
all
right.
that stuff and then possibly, but right away, I mean, that price has got to go up. Now, even if they doubled it, it's still less than ordering a pay-per-view. But then again, like, I don't know that you could raise it that much, because there's a ton of people that don't watch fights, and I don't think they're going to stand for that, right? They still want to watch their Dexters and Landman and all that.
Yeah.
Probably like, why the hell we got to pay more?
Here we go. Tim Elliott, 21-13-1. Asakura is 21-5. Oh boy, here we go. It looks like the reach definitely on the Asakura side, except they do it in centimeters here. They both weighed in at 126, and the height goes to Asakura by about 1 inch, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to do the metric to English system here. Bruce Buffer looking pretty sharp in a purple suit. Now they're showing the drone shot of the Chicago Stadium. I think they're in the United Center where the Bulls used to play, because they said something about the hangers hanging, all 6 of them, unlike the 17 the Lakers have. But they did own the 90s. I'll give them that. And let me see if I'm as live as it gets, Goze. Yep, I'm live.
Right now, I got Buffer doing the intro on Kai Asakura.
Now, me and my nephew, Juan Carlos, a.k.a. El Toro, we're on the Tim Elliott side. We're going to do a little parlay. Rodrigo, the other nephew, he said, give me Asakura. So he's the enemy for this one.
I think this is a good fight to start off the card. It'll be fun. It'll be pretty scrappy.
I agree. 155 on down, start the pay-per-views with those guys. Don't ever start with heavyweights. So Elliott's from the KC area. I would imagine that the Chicago crowd might side with him, but Japan is so hard to hate on. Who doesn't love them? Japanese people, Japanese food, Japanese culture, Japanese movies. So I don't think this will be anything like with USA chants. Here we go, folks. We're off and running. Tim Elliott's got, he's in the red corner with the red tape around his wrist. He's got the blue trunks going on. He's dancing around, but he's a wrestler, folks. He can wrestle. Kai Asakura in the white trunks. he's out of the blue corner. So you see the blue tape on his wrist. Front kick there by Elliott, misses, but now he does a linear kick that lands. Asakura throws a nice one too. It was so fast. I don't even think I saw what the punches were, except I think the last one was a left hook. Elliott just kind of shrugged it off. In the center of the octagon, Elliott switching his stance a little bit. Elliott coming up short on that front kick like Michelle Watterson.
The one that went straight up in the air.
Yeah.
Asakura has got to be careful getting a little too crazy. If he does and he's in a bad position, Tim Elliott's a good grappler to get a hold of him and make him pay.
Elliott decided to throw a head kick there. It got partially blocked by Asakura. Yeah, when Michelle Watterson when she throws her front kick, I know she's retired now. And she looks like one of the Rockettes or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just going straight up in the air. Elliott again, very, very crafty. He'll sneak in some wrestling as well, but right now he wants to stand and move, switch stances. Asakura, though, when he does throw, he throws hard. Looks like he had a piece of Elliott on one of those. And he's throwing punches and bunches right now. He lands a couple. I thought he hurt Elliott. Elliott just kind of leaned a little bit into the fence. He's okay. 318, 317, 316, 315 left here in round one. Asakura wild. Elliott kind of laughing at him, pointing at him. Asakura all business, though, not laughing at all. Who's that third man in the octagon? Is that Kevin McDonald? I can't tell.
No, new guy.
Okay.
That's
Elliott's still kind of goofing a bit with his hands. Now that I think about it, I wonder if Elliott has that type of haircut that when he gets hit and his hair moves around, it's going to look like the punch was a lot worse than it was. Asakura landing some punches. Nice right landed. Elliott's still coming forward. He eats him pretty easily. But it's Asakura that's winning this round because the punches that he are throwing, he's landing probably about 40-50% rate.
Throws a lot of power. Yeah, like I'm surprised that yeah, be careful, man. You're gonna break your hand throwing like that.
Now we're at 213, 212, 211, and 210 of the first round. Like I said, Elliott's walking through some of these punches. I got to give him credit. But he's not landing much. I feel like he's clowning a lot, and he's not landing much. And Asakura is sticking to the basics. He's landing punches.
You don't know what Elliott's trying to do. Right now, he's just putting on a show. But Asakura is the one that's landing and scoring.
I think Elliott's reaching the point that Dana White's not a fan of what he's doing. Like, you got to fight at some point.
Right.
And Asakura, straight punches, landing too. He's not getting lulled into Elliott's games. 123, 122, 21, 20 left in round one. Really, Elliott's yet to do really anything serious. He's switching stances. He's kind of clowning. He's pulling back punches. Oh, that was a nice right hook that landed for Elliott. Asakura easily winning 10-9 as of right now. 1 minute left in round one. Again, Elliott just fancy kicks, not landing. Oh, now that kick landed for Asakura, but Elliott caught him and put him on his back. He's got 47 seconds left here in round one. He's in side control, but he ate that Goze in his chin.
That head kick was strong. It hit him really, really well.
Hell yeah.
That's what I was talking about, like taking those chances. Elliott can take advantage of it, but there's not enough time to really do much with it.
Crowd's starting to moan a little bit. Let's see what Elliott can do. He's got to hold him here, and he's got to create some sort of damage to win back the round. He's trapped one arm. Let's see if he can get going. Okay, Asakura frees up that arm. 15 seconds left. I think this round will go to the next round. Elliott does sneak in a couple elbows here. Nothing significant. Oh, one kind of the back of the spine.
Yeah.
All right. Well, maybe Elliott's starting to rough him up a little bit with the wrestling. He is showing a little bit of a cut over his left eye, right below the eyebrow. We'll take a look at that.
Asakura is now minus 1,200.
Wow.
Tim Elliott plus 600.
This is where we would normally see James Krause in Tim Elliott's corner, but a few years ago he was pretty much banned from the sport. A very well respected coach, former fighter, and then the whole team just basically had to go, I think, look elsewhere. What was it called? Glory Fitness, I think, was the name of the gym.
No.
Remember that controversy? What was that? Is that about now 3 or 4 years old?
Probably 2 years, I think. Well, maybe you're right.
Look at that kick. We're showing the highlights. Elliott needs to do a little bit more of that sooner. He's starting to egg on the crowd. The crowd's getting a little restless at the end of round 1. Tim Elliott looked like he did a baseball slide to start the round.
What is he doing?
I don't know.
You know what's crazy is he did get the fight to the ground, like where he could be successful. He just didn't have much time, but he's fooling around too much. He's doing the same thing he did in round
overhand
1.
left landed there for Elliott, but you're right, a lot of clowning.
When people do that, when they clown around, the best way to get around that, just kick them in the legs, dude.
Well, he is switching stances pretty quickly, and he's trying to be unorthodox, and that is Tim Elliott's style, but he's not winning the fight. He lost round 1, and this style is not doing anything. We're down to 353, 352, 351 of round 1. A lot of his strikes are missing wildly. Some might find him a little entertaining right now, but at some point you got to land points. Look like their heads might have collided.
As weird as Elliott's being,
Oh, nice overhand left landed for Elliott.
Asakura hasn't fully taken advantage of it yet.
Asakura just threw his first jumping knee, missed by a lot, but the crowd went ooh and ah. Boy, he throws that right hand fast. Asakura does. That's his power hand. Elliott's willing to stand there in the middle of the pocket and let the other guy tee off. He doesn't really back up with his chin up. Oh, Asakura just made him pay right now with a nice 1-2.
Why are you sideways?
Because I'm staring this way. It just didn't seem like I was that way earlier. You ever see when Geraldo Rivera does news reports? He's always kind of sideways. I think that's just his thing. All right, we're down to 214, 213, 212. There's not much to report, folks, because Elliott is just wild with his hands. He's getting tagged like every 10 seconds. He's not really landing anything. The only reason he got the fight to the ground was because he caught that kick to the side of the neck, and he put Asakura down. But other than that, he hasn't been seeking his own wrestling exchanges or anything, and he's clearly losing these. Now, that said, he just landed a takedown. Asakura just got up, but now Elliott has taken his back. Asakura's out of that jam, so he didn't do much with that takedown. Now, some judges will score that a little heavier than others. Other judges will say, did you do anything with it? No. Okay, then nothing happened. Go ahead, Goze.
Well, I was just going to say, this type of style, what he's doing right now, we all know aggravates Dana White, but he's getting to the point where you might get cut for doing something like this, like just being a clown.
Exactly. If he was landing more of his own, then it'd be better. Right now, he's in top position against Asakura. There's 102, 101, 1 minute left here in round 2. I feel like he's behind 10-9 in this round, but in 1 minute, let's see what he can do if he can land some ground and pound. Now, that said, Asakura is trying to get up. Elliott has locked up a choke. I think he's let it go. Does he still got it? Oh, he's underneath. But it looks like Asakura's okay. Oh, is Asakura going to tap? What's he doing? I think Elliott's going to have to let it go at some point. He's going to squeeze his arms out. He is oh, he tapped. Wow, Elliott won.
Crazy.
Elliott won. He submitted him. Asakura just was there for so long. It looked like he was okay and had some wind. It looked like at one point he wanted to give a thumbs up. But it was basically like he had kind of like a guillotine from the top position. And it was just hard to see if that arm underneath was actually putting in any torque. Great win for Tim Elliott. I mean, all that goofing off paid off. He got a finish. He beat a top player. Now let's see if he can get the crowd to react to him. Like I said, there was a lot of wasted time along the way.
Very disappointing for Kaya Asakura. He was well in charge in that fight. It just, his grappling is just not there.
Told you, man, that dude's just crafty. See, he was only doing it with one arm, and that's why I wasn't sure if he had enough. And Asakura stays cool for a while, but he's really not fighting off the hand, and then he does sneak in the second hand in there. And there's the tap. Wow. Huge. Elliott, let's look at his career here. He was in the reality show. He got to fight Demetrius Johnson. Been through a lot.
I mean, it's nice on a pay-per-view, right? They're going to give him the mic. Very disappointing for Asakura, though.
He started in the UFC in 2012. You see, he lost to a lot of top names. Joseph Benavidez, Ali Bagatinov, John Dodson, all fought for the title. Zach Makovsky, he was a champ of Bellator. The names he beat weren't the top names. Then he looked like he got cut from the UFC, came back to the reality show, beat Matt Schnell, Eric Shelton. Lost to Demetrius Johnson. Then he lost a few fights, won a few fights. He did beat Tagir Ulanbekov, who's been on his own type of role. He just hasn't been fighting as much. He did fight 3 times in 2023. None in 2024. And this is his first one in 2025. So he hasn't fought in about 18 months. Huge. Sud Banjari beat him. Okay, here we go. Let's see what he tells Joe Rogan. Can you tell us what they're saying, Goze?
Yeah, but it's almost over for me.
Well, what did he say?
I didn't have it up.
Oh, okay. He asked him if that was his best victory of his career, and he goes, every fight is the best victory of my career. But again, 18 months off, that's big for this guy, man. I wonder if he just got himself a new contract. Like, we don't know behind the scenes what this means. It could have been the last fight on his contract. If he loses, maybe he takes off the gloves. He's 38. He's up there.
It's a good win for him, though.
Yeah.
All right, so who we got next?
The next fight coming up is Jared Cannonier and Michael Venom Page.
See again, man. This is one of those where when you see them standing next to each other, like MVP's a tall dude. I don't know that he's as committed to 185. I mean, he is because of not having dance partners at 170. Says nobody wants to fight. They play around too much. I kind of like Jared Cannonier, man, but MVP is just so crafty and so tricky.
By the way, they just showed Jamal Hill and he got booed, and he was sitting there with what looked like a little girl, probably his daughter.
It's his daughter, yeah. He got booed at the press conference too.
Yeah.
All right.
What are the odds?
I'm going MVP. I turned in Cannonier as my staff pick, but I think I'm going to switch it up. I think I'm going to go MVP here.
It's the opening weekend of English Premier League football, and Manchester United plays Arsenal. Sounds like I'm doing a Sirius XM read, huh?
Yeah.
At let's see, 11:30 a.m. Eastern, 8:30 a.m. Pacific. And anyway, why I bring that up is because MVP is a huge Manchester United fan. So I think just because of that karma, I want to go with him. I apologize, Goze. Give me the odds one more time.
MVP's minus 220 and Jared Cannonier's plus 180.
Damn. I don't know if I saw that.
I know.
Cannonier's a big dog, huh? Well, what did Joe Rogan say? Page is probably one of the most awkward guys to prepare for.
Right.
Let's see, Page.
But Cannonier's got a lot of experience, man. He just doesn't strike me as somebody that's going to have too many problems, but I don't know why. I'm kind of feeling Page on this one.
He did beat Shara Bullet, Kevin Holland. He lost to Ian Gary, but he's awkward too. And then as far as Cannonier goes, how old is that fool? He's 41. He just knocked out Gregory Rodriguez, RoboCop. That ain't easy to do, dude.
That was a tough fight.
Round 4 stoppage. He did lose to Kyle Barrio and Nasruddin Imavov. Imavov finished him. Man, okay. My pick is Page, but I don't think I would bet him. I would just tell you he's who I think will win, but I don't think I would bet him, and I don't think I'd bet against him because of the Manchester United karma. Now let me look at the total. Is there what are your odds on the total?
So I don't ever have that. Basically, what I have is by submission, by TKO, or by draw. Or
what's Page by TKO?
Page by TKO is plus 275.
Cannonier's been TKO'd only 3 times. Imavov got him. Adesanya couldn't finish him. Yeah, it'd probably be MVP by decision. All right, let me huddle up here. Give me 1 second.
MVP by decision is plus 100. So I guess on this one, I am going Michael Venom Page minus 220. That's my pick. We'll see if George submits a pick or not. If you guys aren't familiar with MVP, I mean, he's had enough fights now, I think, here at the UFC, but much like Aaron Pico, came from Bellator. That's where the majority of his career has been in mixed martial arts. He usually fights at 170, but he's fighting this one at 185.
He hasn't said that that's his permanent weight class, but for now he said it was the politics of 170 because you got a lot of guys that aren't taking fights like Usman, Covington, probably Edwards. They're very selective with who they want. And then with Islam Makhachev moving up from lightweight to fight Jack Della Maddalena, and then you got other popular fighters that are winning that are like, hey, what about me? Ian Gary, he's won a couple since losing to Shavkat Rakhmonov. And then Shavkat Rakhmonov at some point has to be coming back from whatever injury he's had, because he's had about a year layoff. So I think that's why he's like, you know what, just let me go to middleweight. And I can't believe he's a minus 215 favorite. I want to bet him Goze, but I just think that's high.
Well, are you gonna make any play? Is he saw up last one, no? Or no, you took Elliott.
I think Page is gonna win. So I guess, yeah, if I had to do something, I would lay the 215. Put me down for that. If I had to, which I do, I guess, in a way.
Yeah. All right, so we're on the same page. He's minus 220 here.
Look at the show he's doing, just walking out. That gets people pumped up. You know what I mean, Goze? So many people go to the arena going, who's who? And then all of a sudden you come out, you have a great walkout song, or you have a great walkout. That's connecting with the fans. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
Then he's got the whole MVP thing going on. I like it. Now, see, this has swag and cockiness to it, but I bet you Dana White likes this. Now you got to back it up, though. You can't be dancing around too much, right? I mean,
he's
going
done
back
that
to Elliott, he pulled it off because he won, but go ahead.
He's done that in his career, too. He's been able to back it up. He's got some of the most vicious KOs you'll see in mixed martial arts. The problem is he's got a few duds as well, right?
He does. Remember we were all expecting fireworks when him and Paul Daly fought and it became a wrestling match?
Yeah. I'm not doing too well with my picks tonight. Might have jinxed it.
He's out of the London Shoot Fighters Gym.
He's probably made some pretty good money, huh, in his career.
Yeah, Bellator used to pay well up front. So I imagine he did well with them. I know a lot of fighters that ran their course in the UFC, like Lyoto Machida, Gegard Mousasi, and a few others, Ryan Bader. The reason they went is because they were kind of in a lull in whatever division they were in. And the UFC doesn't always give you big hikes, you know, in your pay grade.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden Bellator dangles a lot of money up front. That's hard to get away from, especially because when you reach the prime of your age, a lot of these dudes are dads. And I think the decision making changes a little bit. And so, hey, 500, 300 up front, win or lose, 4 fights guaranteed instead of the whole 150 and 150, you know what I mean? And
Jared Cannonier has been stone cold this whole week, man. Not trying to connect with fans or nothing. Media. He's not out here to play games or make friends. Remember that one time we interviewed him? He was on a Bowflex.
I think I remember a couple of them with him, and I think on a couple of them he kind of goes into outer space, right, with some of his answers. Yeah. But it's our job to keep the interview going. There are times where I want to say, "Are you for real?" That's one of my favorite coaches, John Crouch.
Yeah, he's cool.
There's Mark Coleman in the background. He's the guy who won the first UFC heavyweight title right behind Rudy Hernandez. And he also saved his parents in a family fire. There it is, Hammer House says on his t-shirt. And that was about 2 years ago. Unfortunately, he lost his dog, right, Goze?
Yeah. They gave him World MMA Award last year, right?
I think a couple. I think they honored him for the lifetime achievement. And I feel like he had won
he didn't
something
get
else.
he didn't get the Sean Tompkins one or whatever. Is that the lifetime achievement?
No, Sean Tompkins is coach of the year.
It is?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you know, okay, much respect to the coach. Much respect to Mask from Tap Out and Rob Hewitt, who runs Fighters Only. I think his intentions were solid, but you know, awards have been renamed, and I think I would like to see at least the Fighter of the Year renamed after a fighter. I'm not sure who. Like I said, I think his intentions were good at that time, but he doesn't, like, no one really even talks about the Tap Out crew anymore. And they did a lot of things. They changed a lot of lives with sponsorship early on. A lot of fans loved wearing the Tap Out stuff, but it's so far buried in the past, you know.
Is his name still on the Octagon cage door?
It could be. I don't know. Mark Goddard, the third man in the Octagon. This is the second fight of the 5 on the main card. Brooklyn Wren doing the catwalk, round 1 about to begin. Jared Cannonier came out second. That means he's in the red corner. He's going to have red tape on his wrists, and he's wearing blue trunks, if it looks like. Yeah. No, tights. Trunks. They're just tight trunks. And then Michael Venom Page is out of the blue corner in black tights. And Michael Venom Page, not being the counter striker that he usually is, kind of looking aggressive there. Hands way down. Covers a lot of ground, though. MVP chants screaming throughout the United Center. Now Michael Venom Page clowning a little bit. He punched him in the thigh? What was that? 4:25 left in round 1. Cannonier not really doing anything. He's throwing his hands out, but he's not committing to a punch. Page just jumping around. And yes, Page can keep this up for their 15 minutes. However, Cannonier's notoriously always had good cardio too. So he won't get tired. He just might get frustrated. Now, Cage has a lot of room to operate because this is the 30 by 30 octagon. The one you see at the Apex is 25 by 25. What's that mean? It's about 30% more real estate than the one at the Apex. So the striker that can move around, he's got a lot of room. Okay, Cannonier just grabbed the single. Now they're up against the cage. He doesn't have his hands clasped around him. Now he switches to a single. Let's see what he can do with that. But Page has 2 underhooks right now. Now they're both more upper body clinch right now. A lot of head position back and forth. 3:15 left in round 1. Cannonier throwing knees at the inner thighs of Page. I don't think that's affecting Page too much. Page still has his underhooks going. Let's see what he can do to separate maybe. Oh, wow. He just threw Cannonier away like yesterday's trash. Right? Very impressive. Cannonier threw a kick, and that missed wild. Cannonier just threw a couple punches, but again, he's not fully committing to him. Page doing a good job of moving though, man. But he's playing with fire. Goes hands down, and some of those are kind of coming close.
I'll give it up for MVP of all the guys coming over from another
Big
organization.
overhand right lands for Page Goze. And he's kind of
just,
saying, let's calm down. Let's calm down. He's not rushing it. But he knocked down Jared Cannonier. He keeps pointing to the ground, kind of like, calm down. Like, we're good. I don't know why he's doing that. He didn't chase after Cannonier on the ground. Now he's clowning, sticking his tongue out. He's acting like he was dribbling a basketball. He just landed a nice punch. He's egging on Cannonier. That's all part of the whole mind game. Goes. Cannonier's talking back to him right now. 2 minutes left here in round one. We're still working off that one takedown. Like, again, there hasn't been a lot of strikes, but there was one knockdown. So MVP's up 10-9, in my opinion, with 148, 147, 146, 145 left here in round one. Cannonier now grabs a hold of Page and puts him up against the fence. This is where he was before. He landed a few knees, but nothing going. He was trying to grapevine around one of his legs, maybe create a trip position. He does have underhooks. No, it's a 50-50, one underhook, one overhook. Now, that said, Page put him against the cage, and Cannonier put him right back. So it's Cannonier against with Page up against the cage with 1:15 left here in round one.
I mean, he's got to do something with this, right? Like, you can't just hold him.
This is true. Let's see how Goddard treats this. We're just seeing knees, basically, from Cannonier. He's not really trying to trip him or body lock or anything. He's just kind of working the body. He did work the body there with that knee. Page has these facial gestures that almost lead you to believe, he ain't doing nothing. You know, and I wonder if the judge looks at that and just doesn't buy much into some of these knees or some of these techniques.
Oh, he's playing.
He sells them well. What?
I kind of, for as much as I like MVP showmanship, I wish he would just tighten it up just a little bit. I think he goes a little too far.
And the fans are booing.
But he definitely won that round.
I still got 6 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And there's Goddard. They high five. All right.
He's now a minus 900 Michael Venom Page.
Wow.
So that'll tell you what the odds makers thought of round one. Now, remember, Jared Cannonier was losing the RoboCop fight, and he found a way to turn it around. So you can't count him out.
How long ago was it that Cannonier was asked, why are you taking this fight so quick to the last one? He goes, because I'm broke. I kind of felt bad when he said it because he's been around long enough that he shouldn't be broke.
Right.
Solid takedown, though. Right on the chin, but it didn't really affect Cannonier. I don't want to take anything away from the punch. It landed, but he was mid-kick off balance. Dude, I could have sworn I just saw Julius Erving.
Dr. J?
Yeah. Here we go. They touch gloves. Page back to hands down, jumping around. Oh, another one just lands for Page. Big right hand. He points to his eye. Did he already give him a mouse? Page does have a little bit of that Anderson Silva movement. Goes like he reminds me a little bit of him.
Mm-hmm. I think he covers even more ground.
Yeah.
You mix in that karate stance and
when Page wants to land, he can. I think Page is primarily thinking defense, and then when he sees that opening, he strikes. The problem is all this is magnified 10 times as much if he gets the knockout. Then it's like, okay, that's what I came for, right? But clowning with no results, doesn't go over well always. So right now he's sticking and jabbing. Cannonier got a nice leg kick in. 351, 350 left here in round 2. Page again dancing all over the octagon. He does punch him, and then he kind of pushes him to the ground, and then he starts dancing. He doesn't follow it up. Again, if he gets the knockout, I think Dana White will be okay with it, but I already see him getting asked about it and him saying, I don't like some of it.
Mm-hmm. It's the second fight on this card that had
Nice
a lot
punch
of
to the
dancing.
body by Cage. You know what, Douglas? You know what one can't say is that they're not at the edge on the edge of their seat, right? He does make it exciting in that regard.
Yeah, but if there's no payoff, then you kind of sit here and go, what was that for?
True.
The problem is we've seen him clown and get clowned. You would think he would maybe not do that as much.
Well, had he beaten Ian Gary and not clowned around there, he wouldn't have to be playing the politics card and moving up a division, because he'd be where Ian Gary's at. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See, Cannonier does not know what to do. He's tried charging at him. Page got out of the way like a matador. Now they're back to the center. Cannonier just threw a kick to his head, and Page just moved his head, and that was it. He just makes him look so silly when he misses. Now they're up against the cage, and there's 12-11, 12-10 left here in round 2. Fans are booing. Nothing's happening. 50-50 with the underhooks. Page doesn't look too worried. What's going to happen here? Page throws Cannonier throws one knee to the body. Goddard's not even close. He's not even talking to him. Now, Cannonier did get him to the ground. There's 139, 138, 137, 136, 135 left in round 2. Page got up so fast.
He just stood up.
That takedown's not going to mean much. He's trying to get him down again. Cannonier does have a wrestling background, but again, that was 41, or he's 41, folks. Imagine that was 20 years ago, that those college reps, right? When you're constantly doing it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not the same. Page is out of it. 105 left in round 2. They're back in the center of the octagon. Page keeps going back to this nice uppercut. It lands sometimes and it misses sometimes. And Cannonier just threw a 1-2 that barely missed, but now they're back up against the cage. Cannonier just doesn't really want part of the stand-up that happens inside the octagon, in the middle of the octagon. He prefers grinding on him here, but he's got to score points, Goze, and he really isn't doing that. Cannonier still pushing Page up against the cage. Ten-second clapper. They're up against the cage. Goddard nowhere near this. Page gets out of it, but it's the end of the round. Cannonier kind of waves him off. You can tell he's very frustrated.
MVP's minus 2,000 now.
I think Page in the past has admitted his style can sometimes hurt him, because, okay, you're winning, that's true, but others are winning too. And if others are winning with more of a definitive, with a finish, then they're just going to climb faster than you are.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really all that's missing from Page's game. Well, that and probably some wrestling. But as long as he can prevent it from going to the ground, he's okay. But the finish, man. Round 3 about to start. ESPN Plus promoting save $10 if you order UFC 320 now. You got until the 29th of September, and I believe that fight card is October 4th. Page lands a nice overhand right to start. Nice jab there lands for Page.
He's just too much for Cannonier. Cannonier can't keep up. He's not
Inside
kicking his
leg kick.
legs. It's not slowing him down. He's not doing much.
Page just landed a couple punches. Cannonier's just throwing his hands out, but he's not committing to any punches or power. Page does an excellent job of moving his upper body in different directions and just using that length where the other guy misses. I mean, Cannonier must be frustrated right now. Now, it looked like Page slipped, and now Cannonier's on top. This is round 3 with a lot of time to go. We're at the 4-minute mark. He's in half guard. Let's see what Cannonier can do with this. He's kind of working on a head triangle, head and arm. Lets that go. He's on top still in half guard. Page kind of has a lockdown on the one leg. I don't know if he's going to be able to advance. Sounds like John Crouch, the MMA lab coach, Cannonier's coach, is telling him to posture. And he should get up and ground and pound, use your elbows. But basically, he's smothering him. He's just laying on him. I could see that possibly getting them up. But now, as I say that, Cannonier is on top in a mounted position. He freed up his leg very nicely. Now he's like sitting on his stomach. Let's see if he can unload. Oh, nice right hand. A little bit more. Page gives up his back. Now he's back, but he did regain one of the guards, so he's in a half guard position. So nice by Page, because it looked like Cannonier was ready to unload, man. 246, 245 left in round 3. We're about 10 seconds away from the overhitting, which I predicted, because again, Page by decision. It just seemed like that's the play.
Man,
and that's the way it's looking, because I think he won rounds 1 and 2, and I think Cannonier needs to understand that. I mean, even a 10-8, you only draw. So where's the finish coming from? I guess he's so frustrated from getting nothing done on the feet that he's just figuring he's got to get it done somehow here. But again, he's in a half guard position. Page has a good lockdown on that half guard position. He's not letting Cannonier posture up at all. Okay, now Cannonier's working for the position. Oh, no. He almost had gotten mount, and he didn't. Now Page sat up a little bit, but Cannonier uses his body weight and gravity. And now he's got a side control. Oh, no. Sorry. He's working on a Kimura. There's 149 left. There's a long time to go. And Cannonier looks strong, man. Like he could really do some damage if he wanted to. I think Page better address this quickly, and he is. Okay, he's let go of that. He's out of that jam. So good on Page, because, again, Cannonier keeps switching from position to position. Now he's working on the head and arm triangle choke again. He doesn't really have it, though. He's kind of like in a mounted position, and he needs to get off to one of the sides. Okay, let's go with that. Now, both of these guys are extremely sweaty and slippery. Now Page is trying to get out. Again, he's in a half guard position. 109, 108, 107, 106, 105 left in round 3. Now he's surviving, but there's nowhere near a 10-8 for Cannonier. He is winning the round, though. Do you see live bets by any chance, Goze?
Page minus. Oh, no, it just disappeared.
Okay.
He was 350 though. Last it showed.
Well, Cannonier, if you had done this in one of the other 2 rounds, he'd be on his way to a victory, because Page can't get up. So this right here is very, very, very good intel for future Page opponents. Page doing a good job of not getting submitted, because Cannonier's tried different things, but still, there's going to be a lot of guys way more savvy on top than Jared Cannonier. Now, Jared Cannonier just threw a pretty wicked elbow. I thought he might have sliced him a little bit, because it looked like he got a piece of him, but nope. Now we're down to 10 seconds. We're gonna go to the cards here. I'd be shocked if it wasn't Michael Page 29-28. Cannonier saves a little bit of face. They hug it out. Okay.
This is not going to be a good win for Michael Venom.
No,
Page.
I agree. I agree, Goze. You said it right. It's a win, but it's not a great win. It could have been one, especially with that first round knockdown. And then he knocked him down in the second as well. He really could have, shown something. Now remember, who's at middleweight? Okay, the champ, DDP versus Khamzat Chimaev. Fluffy just had an excellent performance a week ago. Nasruddin Imavov is going to fight Kyle Barallo soon. By the way, Barallo weighed in and made the championship weight as the backup fighter for tonight's fight. They don't need him, but he made a paycheck. And so that fight's going to happen in about 3 months in France. And again, going back to Fluffy, he had a statement win. That's why they flew his ass to Chicago. If this was Page last week at the Apex, do you think the UFC flies him out to Chicago? No, right?
No, not like that.
Exactly. They, thank you. Here's your check. Shake your hand. We'll let you know when your next one comes out. That's it's really hurt Page over the years. They're showing Khamzat in the back warming up a little bit.
Yeah, this is not a good one for him. Not a good look. It could have been. Early on, it could have been.
Are they going to interview him? Well, I see Rogan there. Never mind. 29-28 across all the judges' scorecards. Michael Venom Page. Cannonier takes his lumps. They shake it. They hug it out. Looks like Cannonier's been a very good sport. Like Goze said, he was grumpy all week. And where's Rogan? I thought I saw him. There he is. You're one of the most elusive and difficult fighters to fight, Rogan's telling him. Seems like you were having your way the first 2 rounds. Did you feel pressure to try to get the stoppage? He said he was trying in the 3rd round to pick up the tempo, but he says Cannonier is very strong. Now he's giving a shout out to Chicago. Says it wasn't what he expected, but he hopes Chicago enjoyed it. He's asking if he's going to stay at 185. Says, I have a lot of thoughts on 170 still. He says, if there's great fights to be had at 185, you'll see me here. All right, he signs off with his MVP. And that's that, Goze, man. I'm telling you. Nice walkout, 1st round knockdown, 2nd round knockdown. It's right there, and then all of a sudden he just got smothered and blanketed in round 3. And I guess he survived because Cannonier was working on some submissions, but what could have been, and again, on the heels of what Fluffy did, bro, people were talking to me about Fluffy till like Wednesday and Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And here, this one's just, they're showing Pantoja and Burns. These guys look like they're from Landman or one of those. Wait, what?
That's some other show.
Linus, right?
No, it was they put it there. I couldn't remember what it was
The
called.
black guy with the beard is from Linus, I think.
Is he?
Yeah. Well, that fight was a little bit at the end, but whatever. I've seen worse.
Yeah, not the best start.
All right, what are we looking at for the next fight?
Carlos Pratis, Jeff Neal. Pratis is minus 200. Jeff Neal is plus 165. I am gonna go. Oh, it just changed. Pratis is now minus 185. Jeff Neal plus 150. I'm going Pratis minus 185. How about you?
Pratis is beating Li Jingliang, Neil Magny, Charles Radke, Trevin Giles. He came through contenders. And Jeff Neal, as of late, what are his big wins? Rafael dos Anjos. Well, that was the leg injury in round 1. Lost the split to Ian Gary. Lost to Shavkat Rakhmonov. Beat Vicente Luque. Beat Santiago. He's just fought better competition. Jeff Neal has. He's 34 years of age. And Pratis is 32. Boy, I think I'm gonna go with Neal.
All right. Let me put
Underdogs, baby. Give me
Jeff Neal for George plus 150. All right, so we're 2 in the books. We still got 3 more fights. A little bit of a buzzkill that last fight. And the first one was a little odd, but we'll get at it. It all pays off with that main event. The main event's so good. There's just nothing we could say about that. Pico Murphy piques my interest, no pun intended. So this one will be decent.
all right. Yeah. I'm huddling up here with the nephews. We have an open parlay goes. We won that Tim Elliott fight, so we got underdog odds there. I think we're gonna take another underdog here in Jeff Neal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next Saturday, they are in China.
Hey, that card's not bad.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's pretty decent. Well, it's all right.
There's like at least 4 good matchups.
I like Ortega and Aljamain. Pavlovich and Cortez Acosta's good.
And then the main event.
Fights.
Johnny Walker and who is it?
Chinese fighter. What was his name?
Yeah, the guy that retired, Anthony Smith, I think, right?
Yeah, big dude.
Yeah, I like that one.
All right. We're waiting on the third fight to come out. Kind of like a slow pace tonight, the way they're taking these fights. George, you see that message in the chat?
Let me see.
Okay. Dana White's Contender Series back. First episode, not great. I mean, they're never really like too bad, but it wasn't one of the better ones. Hopefully they'll bounce back. God damn. Who was that?
The Harley Davidson again?
Jesus Christ. Hope that guy's wearing a helmet.
All right. I just did a refresh. Let's see what happens. Let's see where we wind up. Ain't that sad? Like, okay, all streams should match up unless someone purposely pauses it. But that said, let's just call the streaming age complicated, challenging, whatever. There's no reason why Goze and I link up and then all of a sudden he just moves at a faster pace than I do. Like, what's happening here? Like, it's almost like
Comes down to internet is basically what it is. So like you might have your frame rate or your packet loss or whatever it's called. It just like you're in a slower
my
car,
fighters are just
basically.
boxing, or they're fighting a little slower.
No, you're not processing information as fast.
No, I get that, but sometimes we're in the same house and that happens.
Well, when we're in the same house, there's usually like a drop, but it stays the same. We're going at the same frame rate.
Right.
But because we're on different streams and different internet, yours might be slower than mine. So you're losing a little bit as time goes by.
As far as I know, we're on fiber optic over here, but all right. What
You're on
I guess,
fiber optic?
yeah, I guess what I mean is this. If one of us pauses and we're even, we should be even the rest of the night. That's the way it's worked in the past.
If you're in the same house and you're using the
No,
same
when
internet.
I've been here, you and I on the last one, we were even, and then we stayed pretty parity all the way through the Poirier and the whoever else was.
No, we had the same issue last time.
Not 40
It-
seconds.
No, it didn't get up to 40 seconds, but it happened. It kept happening. It never got that bad.
All right, I'm seeing the pre-fight package here showing Jeff Niels' best highlights. I do like the fighting nerds a lot, but if you look at Prochaz's opposition, it well, I hate shitting on people, but it's just not at the level of what Niels faced. He's probably faced 3 times as many experienced fighters as Prochaz and higher level.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I mean, hello in the chat.
Looks like Prochaz is coming out first. Get your fighting nerds glasses on, everyone. Throws his hat in the crowd.
Dude, that's scary. He just did this big jump, especially on concrete. I don't even know if he still has his shoes on. Have you ever just stepped on a cord when you're vacuuming or something? Even that hurts. I can't imagine landing on one like that.
Well, Tony Ferguson tore his knee by stepping on a cord wrong, right? Those big, thick cords on the Fox set, I think, when you know how they're all lumped up together. That's how he tore his knee before the Khabib fight, if I'm not mistaken. And he rehabbed and came back in 5 months instead of 9. Jerry Rice did something similar. He tore his knee in the first game of an NFL football season. First week, sorry. And then he came back by one of the last games.
But that was at the end of his career, right? So, I mean, that's even more impressive.
And I would say he was never the same, but still, it was an incredible feat.
But I mean, like when Ferguson came back from that injury, he was younger, right? Like Rice was more towards the tail end, where he was with the Raiders when that happened, right?
Well, when Ferguson did that, he still hadn't done, I think, what is he on, a 7-fight losing streak right now, or 8? He wasn't on that, that's for sure. But him and Khabib were put together, I think, 4 times, and for 4 different reasons, that fight didn't happen. That was one of them. Because you know how he likes to wear the shades? And I don't care who you are, the shades do darken wherever atmosphere you're in, and if they're in a set where it's light, low shade, or low light, he just may not have seen it, stepped wrong. I got a buddy that tore his ACL. He was a mailman, and he stepped off the curb wrong. And I was like, that's how you did it? He goes, yeah. I was like, shit.
Yeah, just the weirdest movement can cause it.
Okay, Prentice is in the octagon. Long legs, shorter torso. Strong fighter, though. Long reach, too. Very confident. Team's on fire. I think Prentice was the team's first loss in the UFC between him and, let's see, Rufy and Jean Silva and Kyle Barallo. I think out of those four, Prentice's loss to Ian might have been the first one. That team's literally just been tearing it up.
I feel like he'll be able to put things back together here. O'Neal's tough, though. I think whoever can kind of take the center of the cage and push forward will win this fight.
All right, Jeff Neal's now coming out to the octagon. Playing it cool. He ain't tossing it. His hat doesn't look like. One time, Goze and I were at the Mandalay Bay, and one kid had just figured out he had his technique down. When the fights were over, he was rushing to the front and asking every fighter for their hat, right? Fat hat or T-shirt. That guy walked away with a lot, remember?
I vaguely remember that, yeah.
Yeah. I think we might have been in the suite at the Mandalay Bay. We kept saying, dude, that guy just grabbed he's literally got the last 5 hats or shirts. And fighters, they're in a great mood. They don't care. They're just giving it up.
At the Palms, I remember one kid that struck out over and over and over until I think on one of them he had just given up, and the fan said, just go, and he went. And Alex Caceres actually jumped up like he was going to slam and just slam the hat on the kid's head. And he lost his mind. The crowd lost their minds too. And we told the story the next day on the radio show, and his mother actually called into the show. So that was my kid.
Yeah.
That was fun to tell Alex Caceres' story.
I wish more athletes would do that. I love it when the players are walking off the soccer pitch and they give a fan a jersey or whatever. Especially the little kids, not the collectors. All right, Neal's in the octagon. Here we go. The tail of the tape. Prach's mean mugging him. Put the tail of the tape up. 16-6 for Jeff Neal, 21-7 for Carlos Prachas. 180 meters, no, 1.80 meters for Jeff Neal, 185 for Prachas. He's probably taller by about 1.5 inches. The reach, though, an advantage of about, it looks like it's 7 centimeters, and that comes out to about 2 or 3 inches. You could just tell Prachas long-limbed. Neal weighed in at 171, Prachas at 170. Prachas has really walked to the center of the octagon, and he's been staring down Neal. In fact, when Neal came in and he was circling around, Prachas kind of made his way up a little bit, almost to interrupt his little circle.
Mm-hmm.
So he's in a really, really intense mood. But he's not going to intimidate Neal, because Neal's been in a lot of these big matchups against a lot of top cats. On the side of the octagon, you see True Classic. I'll say something on behalf of those guys. They make good T-shirts. I bought a few. And they have excellent customer service. Something goes wrong, in less than 2 minutes, you already got a QR code. Basically, they're saying, man, take that bullshit T-shirt back to UPS store. We'll send you a new one, fella. Like, they take care of their customers. And they do it all very fast. They have a lot of deals. And sometimes you get real good ones through the UFC if they have a code. All right, here we go. They do touch gloves, barely. Prachas has black tights, and he's in the blue corner. Jeff Neal with the white trunks, and he's in the red corner. Jeff Neal threw a nice inside leg kick. Throws another inside leg kick, same leg too. Now it goes up to the head. Prachas blocks it. Jason Herzog's the third man in the octagon. Prachas landed a kick. Neal rushed him but didn't do anything. 4:18 left here in round one. Overhand left by Neal lands. Not too much damage. Prachas definitely jumping around. Not an easy target to hit. Circling to his left. Spinning back kick to the body. Lands for Prachas. Prachas with a nice outside calf kick. Neal kind of closes in on him, grabs one of his legs. Now he landed a couple nice punches on Prachas. Prachas smiles at him. Now they're back in the center of the octagon. 3:35 left here in round one. Prachas lands the leg kick. Prachas throws a punch that gets blocked. Prachas throws a jab that misses. Jeff Neal rushes in, lands an overhand left. Not too much on it, though. Nice outside leg kick again for Prachas. Jeff Neal is doing a good job of rushing Prachas. Prachas is doing a good job of getting out of the way.
Like his head movement. Jeff Neal has actually improved his boxing quite a bit.
Yep. And that's the third leg kick that's landed on the outside of Jeff Neal's right leg. Now, Jeff Neal went back to that inside leg kick that he was landing early on. So both guys definitely utilizing the lower left leg kick nicely. Jeff Neal trying to cut off corners. Prachas lands a 1-2. Neal does a good job to cover up. There's 2:40 left here in round one. They're very active. Prachas with another outside leg kick. Now, it doesn't seem to be bothering Neal, but still, that's 4 of them.
Yeah, it's got to do something, it'll add up.
And Prachas just landed a big overhand left. Now, Neal did a good job of moving his head with the punch, so he didn't absorb it fully. Oh, nice overhand left lands for Neal. Then he falls off balance and ran into the cage, but he's okay. Prachas wild with the strikes, but he did land a nice knee right now. Prachas definitely runs away once Neal kind of sets himself up and lands something. Prachas utilizes those long strides that he has. Oh, overhand left misses for Prachas, but a nice body kick lands for Jeff Neal. 1:40 left here in round one. Jeff Neal just landed 3 nice punches. Not a lot behind him, but they did land, and Prachas just went to the body of Jeff Neal. 1:30 left here in round one. Prachas just landed a big knee, but Neal took it like a champ. Go ahead, Goze.
Neal's got some swelling on his left thigh. I think Prachas looks pretty good. I think he's made some adjustments from that last fight.
Oh, the calf? Is that his muscle or is that a... Yeah, Prachas is really a problem with the knees.
I think that's
you can't really see Jeff Neal's thigh because he's got long shorts on. What do you mean? Where do you see the swelling?
No, under his eye, but but on his calf, it seems like he's got some swelling too.
I thought you said his left thigh. Okay. Yeah, he definitely his left eye is closing.
Yeah.
Prachas with a nice 1-2, and again he backs it up with a knee. He's starting to get the better of Jeff Neal, that's for sure. Jeff Neal coming back with some hands. Prachas is so diverse though, with the knees, the kicks, the punches. Jeff Neal kind of catches him though, locks up his body. Let's see if we can get him down to the ground. Now there's only going to be 25 seconds left here. I don't know if he'll be able to do much with it. But because Prachas was really in a groove, this is probably the best bet for Jeff Neal just to slow things down. He might take an L here on the round, but Prachas just landed a nice left. Neal went with a wild punch as well, but he missed by a lot. Prachas gives him another leg kick. Prachas with like a lead elbow, a spinning elbow that does get a piece of Neal, and it's over. Wow. He put him down quickly. I was just about to say, what is Jason Herzog doing? But yeah, Jeff Neal just laid there.
That was vicious.
I was just about to say I did say it. He's going to lose the round, so there couldn't have been much left in the round.
Right on the temple.
I just saw Fluffy right behind Kyle Brayo. Holy cow, he looked great. That is an interesting, like, look how interesting. Look how much more he's going to get out of this than what Michael Page got out of his fight. All of it over in one round. And they both fought veterans. La Pago. He turned him off, Goze. It was kind of wild too, but it landed.
Yeah.
How much time was left? Do you remember?
Not very much.
First there was a lead elbow, and then he threw that wild spinning elbow. And then he walked it off too. It was real slick.
Who's he talking
That's
to?
50 G's.
Oh, Caballo.
That's got to be 50 G's for him. Neil's still on the ground.
One of the last few times we're gonna say 50 G's, hopefully.
The camera panned down on him and it looked like someone from his corner was using a hat to block his eyes. Neil was saying something to the doctors. Hopefully he's okay because he was still laying on his back. Jeff Neal is still not ready to stand up.
Yeah.
Bruce Buffer is going to present the winner. It'll just be Carlos Pracha standing there. I'm just saying this in case anyone's concerned, about Jeff Neal. Joe Rogan's got his fighting nerds glasses on. That's the first time Jeff Neal's been knocked out.
Is it?
Yeah. No, don't show Jeff Neal. Oh. He's telling Dana, tomorrow's my birthday. I want to fight in Brazil. He's giving props to his friend from LFA, trying to get him in the UFC. Now he's asking for $50K. Let's go. Let's party, saying the crowd pops for that.
Yeah.
He says he looked better than ever. He's saying that everyone was saying after his last fight, Carlos is done. He's partying. Okay, Dana White's already given him a fight in Rio. So he must have fed that through Joe Rogan's earpiece. Who would you like to fight? Let's see what he says. Against Leon Edwards. He wants Leon Edwards in Brazil. That's a nice call out, Goze. That's how you get. That's how you do it, dude. Get it, Leon Edwards in Brazil. What's the next fight, Goze?
Next up is the co-main event: Aaron Pico and Lerone Murphy. Aaron Pico is minus 155. Lerone Murphy is plus 130. Oh man, I don't want to pick against Aaron Pico, but everything there is pointing against him. I'm gonna go with my heart, and I'm gonna say Aaron Pico. He's minus 155 now.
Why don't they show the names? Like, that was the coach of the Boston Celtics. There's Kamaru Usman. There's Bilal Muhammad.
Who do you have?
Yeah, I'm gonna ride with Pico, and I'm gonna parlay it to. I'm gonna parlay it to the under, and I'm gonna do a 3-teamer. So I'm gonna leave the last one open. Okay, hold on 1 second, Goze.
All right, we're all caught up here. Tell you what, guys. Well, no. That'll work. 16-0-1, Lerone Murphy. Took this fight on short notice. Aaron Pico has been preparing for Movsar Evloev. That fight could not happen. So here we are. So far, not the greatest results for some of the fighters coming in.
I'm going with Pico to the under, Goze. He's had a few first-round knockouts, and I think he's going to go for it.
You know, my problem is him getting to Murphy. Murphy's very elusive. He's got decent defense. Man, I don't know. I could see this fight going many ways.
I know the odds have come down on Pico, so that means Murphy money's coming in. If you're going to take Murphy, just take Murphy by decision. That's what he does. He goes with a decision. Remember we were talking about Overreaction Time, our new video franchise on Tuesdays?
Mm-hmm.
There was one other topic. There was 2 more that we didn't discuss. Did you already eat your bets in? Are you good on that?
Yeah. You want me to throw that up one more time just so the new audience knows what we're talking about?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, this is our second video franchise. It's called Overreaction Time, and it's not headline. It's posted by Simon Samano, our managing editor. He's the host, and then he has myself or any of my colleagues on, from editorial to the reporters or to the radio hosts on, and he throws 5 topics at us that kind of come out of left field, and then our job is to tell him if he's overreacted or if he's spot on. So here's a taste of it. It's every Tuesdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific.
UFC Paramount deal sounds great now, but it'll gradually get worse over time. Khamzat Chimaev losing to Dricus du Plessis would be a huge disappointment. Alex Pereira, he should have moved to heavyweight instead of rematching Magomed Ankalaev. Now is the perfect time for the UFC to book an all-female pay-per-view event. Dana White's Contender Series is actually not good for MMA.
So, yeah, there you have it. That's Simon Samano's Overreaction Time. It's a fun show.
So he said UFC all-female.
Mm-hmm.
I listened to the show, by the way. Daniel Cormier's idea was an all-female pay-per-view, but if he meant all-female for the whole pay-per-view, that's an overreaction. But then it was clarified, especially by DC, Kayla versus Amanda Nunes, Valentina versus Zhang Weili. I am in for that. That's not an overreaction if he wants to do the main event and the co-main event, and then they can fill up the card with other great fighters.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't do a whole female card. I just don't think that's necessary. I'm not against it by any means, but I just don't think they need to do that. I think just doing those 4 great fighters would be just nice right there.
Yeah, main and co-main would make sense, but there's not that many of them to really you would really put the matchmakers behind the 8 ball like that. That would put them in a weird spot. I don't know that there's much to gain from it. So yeah, I would I'd be down with the two that Daniel said. That works, but an all card, no. Even an all main card, I'd be against.
Okay, look. If we wanted to do an all-female card, we'll go Kayla and Amanda main event. Zhang Weili moves up to fight Valentina. And what has the UFC done to their champions that move up in the last few years? They make them vacate. So if they do Verna Jandarova against Mackenzie Dern, okay, now you got a third fight that pops. But now we still have 2 more to fill. And that's actually 3 title fights. That's a long time, although we are in the ESPN era. They can go as long as they want. Back when they were on in-demand, DirecTV, Dish Network, they had to get it done in 3 hours. Otherwise, they had to pay a big fine. That's why they had a swing bout. The swing bout would be sacrificed if they were running out of time. But could you come up with 2 more matchups that would make it compelling enough of a female pay-per-view? So far, that's 3 title fights, a lot of legends fighting. Now you have to get some scrappers in there, you know?
Even if you do, there's just nothing to gain from it. They don't really have a whole lot of finishes, you know? So now you're asking a main card possibly to go the distance, 5 fights. Like, there's just not much to gain from all this.
But who would it be if you had to do it?
Now you're going to, well, you already have talent at the top. So now you're going to want names that probably pop. Like a Natalia Silva, someone like that. I think.
Well, I was thinking Jasmine Jasdavicius is kind of nasty, you know, like she goes for it. So I would put her in a big matchup, maybe against Natalia Silva, but I can see them trying to protect Natalia Silva. I would go Natalia Silva against Alexa Grasso and Jasmine Jasdavicius against Erin Blanchfield, maybe. Let's see who we leaving out. Manon Fiorot's okay, but now if Ditcheva was in the UFC and you threw her in there against someone, oh man, things get really exciting. Now I might give you $80, but she's in PFL and she's staying there. She just signed a new contract. Rose is fun. Tatiana obviously needs to mount some sort of a comeback. I don't know. There might be something there. But yeah, I think what they meant was the top 2, and I think the top 2, they're right. They could do it. They could pull it off. All right, Aaron Pico's now out. He'll be fighting out of the blue corner. Almost made the Olympic team in 2014, I think it was, for the one in Brazil. That's his coach, Brandon Gibson, the same guy that coaches John Jones. There's the legendary Greg Jackson from the Jackson Wink Gym. Pico used to fight with the guys over in Long Beach. What's the name of those guys again? With Aaron McKee, the Body Shop, yeah. So that's Antonio McKee and AJ McKee Jr., Kimbo Slice's son, a few other guys. Pico is there. In fact, McKee said I wouldn't fight Pico. That's my guy. Pico was out of Whittier, California. He went to St. John Bosco High School in Bellflower. St. John Bosco is very notable because they're one of the top programs in high school football. They've won a few national titles, and they've been a big pain in the ass to my high school, Mater Dei, both in the same league, by the way. I think we've gotten the better of them in the last few years, but for a while there, they styled on us. But I think out of the last 10 national championships between those two, I think they've won like 7. By the way, Mater Dei is going to Florida, to play St. Thomas Aquinas. I think that's been Florida's best school in the last few years, and that's the opening game. It's one day before Idaho State travels to UNLV.
That's all kicking off soon.
Yeah.
I'm digging these drone shots that they're doing. Pretty cool.
Me too.
Lerone Murphy walking out now.
All right, here comes Lerone Murphy From, I think, Manchester, England, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. 16-0-1, 8-0-1 in the UFC. Not too shabby.
What's homeboys in his corner? I forgot what his name is. He used to be out in San Diego. Was on the Ultimate Fighter. Was it
Murphy?
Luke Barnett? Was that his name?
Oh, is that him?
Right behind him.
Oh shit! I think you're right. That is his name. Don House. He's been a cut man with the UFC for a long time. Also does boxing. Very gracious. Him and Stitch Duran used to wrap pans at our annual junkie gatherings. Actually, they were every other year, now that I think about it. And on one of the final days, the UFC cut man would come in and wrap like 3 or 4 hands each. We would do that for our listeners, and a lot of them have those wraps, and they put them in little cases, and pretty cool experience to get your hand wrapped, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
You almost want to keep it on all day because you just feel like they've attached a brick to your wrist and you want to punch a wall. You know which door you want to punch? That one that Rampage just mauled on the set of Tough, because you could tell it's a little bit more flimsy, you know, but you know that fist, you could put a hole through it.
They still do that. Well, I mean, the last time I went to the Tough gym, they still had the door like that. It literally feels like cardboard or something.
Yeah.
I think Don House trained a couple fighters too.
MMA?
No, in boxing. I think.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, he does. I still see him from time to time.
Like a pretty decent name. Just can't remember who it was. With Patchy Mix, who's in a similar situation as Aaron Pico right now, do you think any of Patchy Mix's performance was due to anxiety or just the moment? Or
That's a good question. Oh man, that's a really good question, because he looks so bad that he looks so bad, Goze, that I don't know what to say. Some of it had to be anxiety.
I'm trying to figure out what Aaron Pico could have learned from that.
Well, like I mentioned before, man, when you're trying out for the Olympics, I think I think he's pretty seasoned to this type of event. Now, that said, Mix had at least 20 wins. He won the $1 million. He defended his title. I don't know. Like I say, UFC octagon jitters, I think, still exist. But he froze so much, just could not get nothing going. I don't know. We'll know in the second one, that's for sure. I thought Ben Askren looked horrible against Damian Maia, who I think was the one that retired him. The Masvidal thing, there's nothing you could do there. He just walked into that knee. And then against Lawler, he won. Herb Dean's the third man in the octagon here. Did he just get booed?
I don't think so.
Pico's in a 3-point stance. He's ready to go. Oh, shit. I just paused it. Now I had to go back live. Okay, here we go.
I think Pico might have made a mistake disengaging there.
What's your clock say right now?
19, 18, 17, 16.
Okay. Well, I'm not 40 seconds behind, but I'm 17 seconds behind. This is a good way to shake off the jitters and the nerves. And remember, Pico hasn't fought in a while. You definitely don't want to do it trading strikes. Pico's got his hands up high. Nice kick there. Oh my God, that shot to the body goes. But then Murphy just answered with a nice hook to the chin. And now Murphy's trying to go for a choke. A ninja choke. Pico's out of it. He's in a top position here. Let's see if we can ground and pound. Pico does throw hard. Remember, Gibson was saying it's the hardest pound-for-pound puncher he's ever had. Pico's got him against the cage. He's still down on the ground. He wants to throw some hands, but the problem is Murphy's using two of his hands to tie up his left hand. That's the one he can strike with because the right hand's on the other side of his body. Never mind now because they're both standing, and now they're both free in the middle of the octagon. Both guys have their hands up. Murphy comes with a straight kick to the body. Pico's the one that's stalking. Pico now goes and tries to wrestle, and he gets him down. It's pretty easy. Good techniques there. He's trying to trap the legs. Nice upward elbow lands. Now it goes. I know we're only halfway through round one, but anyone that doesn't know anything about Pico at this point couldn't say, oh, that guy's a jabroni, right?
No. Yeah.
You can tell he's skilled.
Yeah.
Now he can get finished in the next 10 seconds. Okay. But you can just see he has some skills. Oh, I think he just ate a nice knee. Murphy landed a big knee. But Pico's still there. Pico had a problem with his chin. In his first 6 fights, he got knocked out twice. And I think submitted once. Now he lands one of his own knees. There's 208, 207, 206, and 205 left here in round one. Pico again, stalking, throwing punches. Now they're up against the cage. Pico likes to rip the body. I think his pure boxing is better than Murphy's pure boxing, but Murphy does a good job of, spinning back elbow lands. Pico's knocked out. Wow. Crazy. The spinning elbow night, huh?
That was nuts.
I mean, it's as ice cold as you can get. Wow. Huh?
I was going to say, too, like,
What
for
Pico?
the same way you look at Pico not being a jabron, I think some of the adjustments that Murphy was making were tremendous as well.
That's 50 grand. There's no disputing that one. That's up for KO of the year, Goze.
Yeah, that was vicious.
You know what sucks is it's not even like Pico can go, like, if you get submitted, it's not even like you can go, dude, shake it off in 3 months or not. I would say give that guy 9 months off.
I want you to, if they show it again, look at Murphy's eyes, the timing on it. He knew it. He got the timing down. And that's kind of like one of the things about Aaron Pico is like he just gets caught, and sometimes you wonder. I know he's got nice hands, but the wrestling, man, like I think he's just got to keep pushing that. It's got to be option one.
Right on the temple, too.
I don't know if that one was necessary, but you can't blame him.
Well, I was just about to say, I don't fault Murphy. It was kind of fast. Right on the temple. That's scary, man. Not even like on the button, the chin. His arms are out, but it all happened fast. See, this is a replay, folks, so don't think that, look, he had time to think about it. Joe Rogan made that mistake once. Herb Dean comes in. Joe Rogan said, look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds. And I was like, bro, I was at slow motion. Oh, man. That sucks. To wait so long to get in the UFC, 18-month battle to get out of PFL, and then this happens. Was that Miss Illinois? It showed someone in the crowd with a crown and an Illinois sash.
Yeah.
So yeah, Goze. This is I find it hard for this not to be the KO of the month and for it not to be up for KO of the year.
For sure.
Aaron Pico is on a stool and he's sitting up and he's responding to the doctor. Lerone Murphy, first round KO.
A lot of props for that guy, though, man. I mean, he was on point. He took some shots, too, from Pico.
Let's see what he tells Rogan. Murphy needed this, Goze, because he had won his last 4 fights, I think all by decision. And this is a statement win, dude. Now he's asking for a title shot, you know, by making the reference to a belt, but I see Jean Silva, if he can get past Diego Lopez fighting next, because he's on that rise too.
And he calls his shots. He
doesn't speak of English, but he's connected with the crowd.
Man, it was a nasty KO.
Well, we got to turn the page to the main event.
All right.
Joe Rogan already told him he's got a $50,000 bonus, Goze.
It'd be impossible, right?
Yeah.
Chimaev, Khamzat Chimaev, minus 275. Dricus du Plessis, plus 220. I have flip-flopped a lot, but I'm gambling-wise, if you're going to give me DDP at plus 220, let's dance. How about you?
I'm going DDP and the over, but yeah, you only want the fighter, so DDP.
I'm going to play a clip here of our fight analyst, Dan Tom. This is him breaking down the main event. If you haven't made your decision yet on who you're going to pick, maybe this will help you.
It's a middleweight title fight in Chicago. Dan Tom here with MMA Junkie W break down the main event for UFC 319 between Dricus du Plessis and Khamzat Chimaev. Chimaev, of course, has been running through the UFC at a lightning speed since entering the organization during the pandemic, and now, well, he finds himself in a title shot up at 185 pounds. However, the sitting champ is a South African who has proven his mettle over and over again, and is probably not an easy out for anybody in the division. At the time of this video, the odds makers and the public are siding with the challenger in Chimaev in the neighborhood of minus 225 with the comeback on your champion, the underdog, du Plessis, in the neighborhood of plus 172. Now, seeing Chimaev favored as the challenger is not really a surprise. We've seen kind of the infatuation and arguably fetishization from fans and organizations over the smishing machine, so to speak. Smish, smish, smish. You know, he's got the beard, he's got the look. We know how fans kind of, fetishize fighters from that part of the world, but there is real reason for it because Chimaev is a monster, man. He's one of the best, probably first-round fighters since a prime BJ Penn. And, well, he is very big and imposing despite being a former welterweight. No one should be shocked if he walks away with the title. However, I tend to side with the more proven products. And Chimaev, he got a win that probably should have been a draw at best against Kamaru Usman on short notice, a welterweight. And then Robert Whittaker, who I'm a big Robert Whittaker fan, but that win, I don't know how well that ages, one, for the injury, and two, for the trajectory of old Robert Whittaker there. So I still have questions, especially in championship rounds and in regards to pacing for Chimaev. So I'll be leaning toward du Plessis, but to see tactics as far as both fighters are path to victories, where and how I ultimately land, we'll check out my in-depth breakdown over at MMAJunkie.com. You can find results this weekend.
Well, Dan Tom definitely puts in the work. He does a lot of research, and you just, in this sport, you can't really get them all right. That's for sure.
Yeah, you could actually call it right, and the fight not end up, in that favor.
Yeah, and so with Dan, like I say, the information's there, just like any other analyst. But I mean, find me, I guess, an analyst that said, take Prochas and Lerone Murphy both by spinning elbow. I mean, nobody did that. Maybe one of them, but then the next fight, that's what makes this game so exciting. I mean, the challenger's the favorite in this one. The underdog won the last fight. Murphy was the underdog and Pico was the favorite. So sometimes it's just you really need luck on your side.
Yeah. I mean, we've kind of broken this one down a billion times, but at the end of the day, I just feel like DDP's been here. He's kind of proven that he deserves to be here. I still have a few question marks with Khamzat Chimaev. I'm not saying he can't get it done, but I just have no reason to bet against DDP at this moment. He's just everything's firing on the right cylinders for him, and it's working out. Khamzat, I would venture out to say that the best Khamzat would probably beat the best Dricus. I just don't know if Khamzat Chimaev is built for 5 rounds, if he's built for the spotlight just yet. A couple questions, but we'll see.
Here's one scary thing to think about, though. Who has DDP fought that has the type of ground game? I mean, it's an assault, dude. The wrestling and the jiu-jitsu that Khamzat has. Strickland, striker. Adesanya, striker. Strickland, again, because he fought him twice, striker. Whitaker loves the strike, can wrestle, but loves the strike. Derek Brunson, he had a formidable wrestling game, but
and he did get him down.
Not on the level of Chimaev. I just hope that 75% of DDP's camp was just against high-level wrestlers that were brought into his camp and put them in horrible situations.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it, because that's exactly what Chimaev's going to do, man. I mean, Chimaev, of course, has power in his hands, but no, man, you got to stop the wrestling first.
He would be almost a fool, right, to not shoot early on.
Oh, yeah. That's exactly what Chimaev should do. Shoot for that takedown.
The thing about DDP is he never seems intimidated in his fight. So I don't see him being that guy that kind of fights a little reserved or hangs around. Like, I think he's going to try and implement his game on Chimaev. I think he'll take some chances, and I think it might actually burn him if he's too aggressive. But I like the fact that he doesn't really back down from people.
Mm.
And they're showing Chimaev right now. He's just ragdoll.
See my version of the beard? It's the 5 o'clock shadow. I wonder if in Chechnya, if anybody's watching, they go, look at that guy's beard. That's weird. The same way I look at Chimaev's and go, what the hell is he doing?
Probably. I think so.
Because there's a lot of bearded guys from different parts of Russia, the different republics there. But his beard is way different. It almost looks fake.
Like when the little rascals dress up?
Like one that you hook around your ears and just kind of hangs there or something like that. And I've seen him sport a beard for many years, but not like the one he's been rocking lately. It's just kind of bizarre. Well, I'll tell you one thing. DDP is not scared. I liked every single one of his face-offs with Chimaev. Every single time he went up and got in his face and didn't back down 1 inch. And he said something interesting at one of the, I think it was number 5 of the embedded. Just the minute he got upset and flustered, he goes, he knew that he's up against a bigger guy. Because remember, the 2 fights everyone points to, Burns, Usman. This guy's bigger, guys. You know, there ain't gonna be no bullying or none of that stuff. And he knew at that moment that the other guy is just a little rattled, you know, because he's not gonna be like mind fucking his opponent. I guess he tried a little bit. He kept warning him on the different embeddeds, but now that's DDP's version. Who knows?
Can you hear that in the background?
No.
Man, some loud fireworks. I didn't even know people still have car alarms.
Okay, getting ready for the walkout here. Khamzat Chimaev will walk out first. Originally born in Chechnya, then he moved to Sweden, was there for a while. I think he's back in Chechnya now. But he's got a lot of the guys from the All-Stars gym, I think it's called, in Sweden with him, including one Queen Latifah. Joking around, obviously. That's Ilir Latifi, who used to be part of the UFC. I don't think he's with the UFC anymore, right?
No. I don't think so.
But this guy is beloved, man. Khamzat could do movies. I think he'd be a great villain, just like Shara Bullet. And the fans are going nuts for him.
Yeah, they loved him in Chicago at the press conference.
There's Arman Sarukian in his corner as well.
He's growing on me.
I don't know how friendly they've become. I know Sarukian and him were training a lot at the Jackson House in Newport Beach, California. But he does have a lot of the coaches there from Sweden. Looks like a full team. He's ready to go. Okay, so let's see who's outside. I'm looking for the ref that's outside. Do you know who's reffing?
Can't tell yet. I'd imagine it's probably going to be
Herb did the last fight, right? So it'll be Herzog or Goddard.
Damn, he almost ran right into that drone. Did you see that?
No. Is Khamzat in the cage for you? Okay. Oh, there's the drone. Okay. You see the drone?
Was it just me or did it almost hit him?
Close. Russo. It's Goddard goes. Goddard just came over and shook his hand. So that flag must be Chechnya. I can't tell if they're going to let him put it or not. Looks like someone's maybe taking it away. The UFC's kind of gone back and forth on that one. Sometimes flags yes, sometimes flags no. Sometimes freedom of speech, sometimes no. I personally don't have a problem with it. I mean, I know there's conflict going on, but Khamzat's not in it, right? I mean,
whatever your
he wasn't at the decision table when he said, "Let's invade Ukraine."
Whatever your stances are, you have to be consistent with them. It's got to be for everyone. And
yeah, because they've switched a little bit with the Palestinian flag. You know what I mean? They went back and forth with that. But whatever. All right, he's in. He's ready to go. Next up will be DDP, the champ from South Africa.
he has like a custom song, right? Doesn't he have like a dude that?
I believe so, yeah.
I remember for the longest time, Dana wouldn't allow that.
There he is, the champion. This will be his third title defense, folks. He won the title from Sean Strickland, defended against Israel Adesanya, and then he defended against Sean Strickland again. Do I got that right, guys? Something feels off about that.
He's had this one right here is 3.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right. He beat Sean Strickland. He defended against Izzy, defended against Sean Strickland. All right. I guess because he's just won so many fights. It just seems like he's been at the top longer. Wins over Robert Whittaker, Derek Brunson, Darren Till, Brad Tavares, Trevin Giles, Marcus Perez. Keeps getting better and better. If you're wondering who has the most title defenses in the UFC, it's Valentina Shevchenko. She's got 8. Alexander Volkanovski's got 5. Alexandre Pantoja, he's got, where's he at? 4. Zhang Wei Li has 3. Dricus du Plessis has 2. Marad Dvalishvili has 2. Ilya Topuria has 1, but he gave up that title. So currently he's the lightweight champ with no title defense because he won the vacant title. Magomed Ankalaev has none. Jack Della Maddalena has none. Kayla Harrison has none. And Tom Aspinall has none as the undisputed champion that he is. But he did defend the interim once because he fought Sergey Pavlovich for the interim title. And then he defended against Curtis Blades.
Where is DDP ranked pound for pound with you? And what would a win here do to that?
It's a good question. All right, according to the USA Today and MMA Junkie rankings, Topuria 1, Makhachev 2, Pantoja 3, Dvalishvili 4, DDP 5. I think DDP would go ahead of Merab because that would break the tie of 2 title defenses each. Pantoja's got 4. So I just think he's been on too much of a roll. I wouldn't put him ahead of Pantoja. 4 doesn't always mean more than 3, but he's kind of just owned his opposition. DDP's 2 title defenses have been impressive. But he'd move up a spot. That's fair. You know, Toporia's won 2 titles in 2 different weight classes, and he's never lost. And he's knocking everyone the F out. Islam Makhachev's on an incredible roll himself. It's just that he's only stuck to the 1 division, but now he's moving up. Pantoja, 4 title defenses. That's crazy, man. Remember, for a while, it was that tetralogy, which is when you fight someone 4 times. Of Davidson Figueiredo and Brandon Moreno, and we're past that, and we're in a Pantoja era where he's won 4 in a row. Let me see: Kai Kara France, Kai Asakura, Steve Erceg, and Brandon Royval are 4 title defenses. He's our longest running champion too, because Volk lost and came back, and so did Valentina. He's been champ since July 8th of 2023.
Do you like Khamzat shorts? I think it's the first time we've seen him with the customs, right?
I'm not gonna hate on them. They're okay. I don't think they're anything fantastic, but sure. You?
They're just okay.
Bruce Buffer says he's got another 8 years in him, Goze. He says he wants to get to UFC 400. We're only at 319, and there's what, 13 per year?
Well,
So
I
I
mean,
suppose we got to get 81 more pay-per-views, and if there's 13 per year, whatever 81 is divided by 13, he wants to at least do that. Let me see. 26, 52, 78, and 6 more years will get him to UFC 400. 2 more years means he'd get to about UFC 425. Poor Joe
mean-
Martinez, huh? Talk about being a bridesmaid.
yeah,
I think he'd be the anointed next, right?
he'd have to be.
He does a great job, man. But I think Bruce Buffer's now just in Vin Scully mode, Chick Hearn, like literally what? Of the 34 years that the UFC's been in existence, 32 years. At the end of this year, it'll be 32 years. Buffer's been there for at least 30, 29?
Something
Like that. That's Vince Scully and Chick Hearn territory. And the guy from the Kings, what was his name? Bob something? Dude, he had a run too. Jaime Harin, did you see what he did? The Spanish broadcaster for the Dodgers?
Mm.
He was a monster too.
Uh-oh. For those of you not watching, right at the introduction, DDP went up to the center of the cage, and Khamzat met him and bumped him. The security had to kind of pull them off.
I'm glad he didn't headbutt him. They just kind of bumped chests.
But see, those things are meant to kind of get in DDP's head, and DDP doesn't take the bait. That's the problem.
Okay, how fast does this become a wrestling match?
Almost instantly, I would imagine. I bet you he fakes one shot and takes a bomb, but then I think he instantly goes back to that wrestling.
I'm telling you, Goze, if DDP didn't spend at least 75% of his wrestling, of his camp in wrestling, it could be a long night for him, especially early on. Khamzat's a phenom, dude. And look at that look that Khamzat gives. They start the first round here. Blue corner, blue trunks for Khamzat Chimaev. He already goes in for a takedown. He gets it. I was going to say DDP green tights, South African colors. And he's in the red corner. Now, he's got a hold of his neck, but that's not doing anything. Khamzat's already in side control. And he's out. His head's out. A quarter guard. Oh, nope. Now he's free. He's inside control. Will he trap the arm? I'm telling you, this is what all DDP should have been doing right here, is having a wrestler on top. Skip the takedown. Just what would you do if I got you here,
Mm-hmm.
He's got to contend for this for 5 minutes. Now, Khamzat's got to manage his output. Uh-oh, he's trapped one of the arms. He's beating up on DDP a little bit. DDP has no answer for it. His arms are trapped. He's kind of punching him on the side of the head. It's somewhere touching the ear. Looks like Mark Goddard's telling him, hey, you got to clean that up. But I don't think it's doing much. Now, DDP just kind of like swung his legs up. He didn't do much with it. He's still trapped. And it's nonstop punches here.
Mm-hmm. Not
so DDP
not a
doesn't
lot
have an answer,
on them,
but they're not damaging. But
they're
still,
unanswered.
I don't think Goddard would stop this. There's still 3 minutes and a half to go, but basically DDP's arm is trapped. He's in a crucifix position, and Khamzat just won't let it go. But it's just like little pitter patter on the ear.
They are unanswered, but they're not the type of unanswered that gets you stopped.
No, there's no torque on them. There's no, yeah, exactly. But that's
So
like
you're
literally
watching the
about
camera,
50 or
he's
60 unanswered right now.
The
Can
fans are booing?
DDP free his arm up? Boy, Khamzat's got a lock on this, but he just can't get going on it. he can't cock his arm back enough to create any damage. But I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if it's 100, but they're pitter patters. If he didn't get the stoppage now, he should posture up and then try and do something else. Because now half the round is gone. I don't think he's going to use up a lot of energy on this. The arm is still trapped, but DDP's got a good hold of the back of Khamzat's neck. So he can't posture up. Okay, now Khamzat's trying to trap an arm, head and arm choke.
The grappling is just so superior on Khamzat's side so far.
Yep, and Khamzat has no longer got the arm trapped. Now they're getting closer to the cage. DDP's trying to get that way, and now DDP's going to try and push off the cage. But again, remember, this is a strong guy that we're talking about in Khamzat Chimaev. His squeeze is really, really good. Now we're down to 150, 149, 146. Or sorry, can I count? 145 of round one. He's inside control. Arm's no longer trapped. He's not setting up a head and arm. He's just on top. Again, I wouldn't be shocked if he's reached 100 strikes unanswered, but not much leverage or torque or nothing. Not much power. DDP, again, trying to find himself to the cage. Khamzat tried to climb on top, and he was unsuccessful. Goddard gives a warning because DDP used his hand to kind of like brace off the cage. I don't know that he really grabbed it, but still. Now they just did a complete 360. So it was before with DDP with his feet up on the cage. Now it's just DDP trying to free himself, not get his arm trapped again. But now we're down to less than a minute. Now, I don't see a 10-8 here goes. Dominance, duration, and damage.
The
if
damage
two of the
is
three
there.
are present, a judge should consider a 10-8. It's not automatic. However, one of the two should really be damaged. And I haven't seen damage, but I've seen duration because this happened literally seconds into round one. And I've seen dominance because he did trap that arm for a while. It's just he couldn't really get the damage going. So I've seen duration and dominance. Okay, and now he's taking his back. There's 20 seconds left. DDP's out of that jam. And now DDP gets up, and he's kind of got a front choke. But again, Khamzat puts him on his back. But DDP kind of did get up with a little bit of swagger, kind of like, what's up, bitch? But then right away, he went for the head. Looks like this fight will wind up going to the end of the first round. Now, Khamzat just postured up and delivered an elbow. I don't see any damage on DDP's head. They both get up. Khamzat bouncing around. DDP looks like he's still okay.
He's got some swelling, well, like kind of redness under his eye and above his right eye on the forehead. But, you know, I think Khamzat...
Wait. I can hear him. Damn it. Sorry. Hold on. DDP was actually talking. And I couldn't tell if he was saying something like, oh, that was nothing, I got him. But he looks confident. Yeah, see, he's shaking it off, kind of like, yo, that's nothing. I'm good. He's smiling. He's confident. Remember we were saying about Jessica Andrade, how she was just kind of sitting there just gazing, you know, like not really communicating with the coach.
Mm-hmm.
DDP looks pretty good. Now let's look at Khamzat. Obviously, he dominated. Can't wait to get going again, but I see a guy that's in great shape as well.
Khamzat's minus 650 right now.
Now let's see if DDP, again, oh, nice head kick by DDP. I was just about to say, just don't put yourself in a position to get taken down. There he goes. Now Khamzat's going after him. DDP shakes it off initially. Nope, Khamzat's on him. He's already on his back. Trying to get a hook in. They're up against the cage. Now he's kneeing him in the butt, in the back, in the hips, in the ribs. Only 20 seconds in, but again, Khamzat's on him. Now, he's going to have trouble putting one hook in because they're up against the cage, but he can get his left leg in. Now, DDP's found himself, oh, he was starting to get up. Now he's on one knee. So Khamzat can't knee him in the head because one knee's clearly down. But they're just basically knees to the butt. DDP won't feel those till tomorrow. And now he's dragging him down again. Again, trying to take his back, except now he's out in the open. He got one hook in right away. DDP's trying to fight that off, the second one, and he's doing a good job. And now DDP tries to get up. Oh, no. He turns back into him. Nope. It goes back against the cage very smartly. That'll be hard for Khamzat to get that hook in. Now he's trying to get himself back up. We're down to 348, 347, 346, and 345 of round 2. Khamzat's got a body lock on him. He's behind him, but he hasn't gotten a hook in, and he's just beating him up with some knees. A few boo birds are out, but nothing too crazy. DDP doesn't look like he's shaking at all. He's actually punching back towards Khamzat. Nothing on them, but still.
He might have to take a chance at some point, though, because you're just going to lose rounds, right?
I wish I would have heard who the judges were. If they're Vegas judges, I don't think last round was 10-9, 10-8. If they're unexperienced judges, less experienced judges, maybe. Now, these knees are a lot more than the pitter-patter from the first round, but they're landing on the butt. They don't affect DDP. DDP's facial expressions, he doesn't look concerned, but at the same time, he's not doing anything. Now, Khamzat almost got a hook in, but DDP's doing a good job of blocking that. So no hooks, still taking us back down to 244, 243, 242, 241, and 240 left in round 2. Chimaev drags him down again. Every time DDP tries to get, oh, now he's under. No. DDP shook that off quickly. Khamzat gave up on it. Khamzat's got a quick move towards the chin, but DDP has his hands ready to defend that. And so now they're back to the same position with Khamzat on top, kneeing him.
There's so much drama behind this fight, but it's honestly pretty boring.
It is.
But it's the drama that kind of keeps you involved.
Now Khamzat's trying to get underneath again while trying to sneak in a hook, but DDP does a good job of blocking the hook. Now Khamzat trying to get one hook again, almost the other one. And nothing, still no hooks. But again, those knees are way more than the pitter-patter, but are they 10-8 territory?
This isn't the type of pace, though, that slows Khamzat down. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think he could do this over 5 rounds.
Now DDP's to his feet. Yeah, you're right. He's not gonna get tired, but can he mentally break a little bit or get frustrated? You know. But DDP's yet to really get anything off.
Right.
I think he got a couple kicks off, but no punches. I would stick to punches because he's more exposed when he takes the kicks, when he throws the kicks. A lot of us said if he can get out of the first 2 rounds, we like DDP. But as of now, if this is rinse and repeat, Khamzat's just going to dominate this fight and go all the way.
Mm-hmm. At this pace, I think he could do this over 5 rounds.
We're down to 1 minute in round 2. The over's looking decent. It was only 2.5 rounds. We got to get out of this, though, because remember that other fight we thought was going to what was it, the Jeff Neal fight? Was that the one with 2 seconds left when Prentice hit him?
Spinning elbow?
I think so. DDP up to his feet, but he's very smart. When he feels like he's going to go up, he goes back to his knee because it looks like Chimaev's just going to basically pick him up and ragdoll him again. So he gives up the position of standing up. He still hasn't given up a hook, which is impressive. And so all Chimaev can do is resort to kneeing him.
Fans are booing.
Yeah. Okay, now he's got a hook in, but there's only 4 seconds left. There's nothing. It's the end of the round. Okay, now that'll be interesting to see if there's some 10-8s going around. I don't know. They actually fist bumped and laughed, almost like respect, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. DDP's breathing hard, but he's done that in all his fights. I think he's okay.
Khamzat doesn't seem to be breathing heavy.
No. But one way you can get to someone's cardio is by punching them in the face, and DDP's yet to do that. Now, to be fair, Khamzat hasn't done that to DDP either. It's just basically wrestling.
But the position of having to carry all that weight, I think it's probably going to slow DDP down a little bit. I definitely wouldn't be throwing. I think I'd just throw hands if I'm DDP right now.
I agree. Forget about kicks for now. He's yet to stop a takedown. All right, here we go. Beginning of round 3. DDP switching stances. He throws a kick. He ain't listening to us. Khamzat, oh, right away, going for his body. He grabs his legs, takes him down. I mean, quick, guys. It still says 446, 445. It's probably going to be the same, man, the same that we saw in round 3. So, look, I took DDP. I bet DDP. I don't mind losing, but I want to see an exciting fight, and this isn't exciting right now.
Yeah, this is a snoozer.
It's no fault of Khamzat, you know, but like DDP, geez, some of these are like gifted, and he's already in side control right now with 420 left in round 3. Now he had that position in round 1, but now they're going to be a little bit more tired.
I mean, this
How
is
strong are they? You know, can you make a mental mistake?
this is round 3. You know what Khamzat's going to do. So the fact that he cannot stop him, not even close to stopping him, I mean, that's just tremendous grappling on Khamzat Chimaev's part.
Yeah. My nephew's sleeping. So even he's bored. It's his birthday tomorrow, so I'm the one that's putting in a little bit on each one of my bets to put a little bit for him. So he's got nothing to lose, but he wants the win. We got DDP, though. We do have the over. So if DDP pulls off a miracle, we'll at least hit that. But DDP hasn't hit shit yet. Okay, so Khamzat Chimaev, side control, same thing. He hasn't even trapped an arm. He's not really postured up. Now he's trying to trap the arm, and he has. Uh-oh. Here we go. Pitter-patter.
I would venture to say DDP's probably got the lowest strike count in history.
Yeah, especially title fight. So DDP is basically punching his ear off.
What I don't get is
Arm
why
is trapped.
why is he not throwing elbows? Like, it's right there.
I don't know.
He's just pitter patter.
DDP does a good job of kind of tucking his head in. And so it's just one of those where you can't really cock your arm back, and there's just this small target. So it's almost like he's just touching it. But Goddard's not even like squatted down. Doesn't look like he's talking to him. I don't think he's in danger of unanswered strikes. You know, that's something that you could base a stoppage on. But because they're so non-damaging, no one's concerned about it. And it really is leading to a boring fight.
Chimaev is minus 1,400 right now.
Okay, now DDP. Oh, no, still arm trapped. He's just got his head inside of Khamzat's belly. Okay, now he threw a nice elbow. Can he do more of those? There he goes. All it takes is to slice him, you know, start bleeding a little.
Mm-hmm.
Get some 10-8s out of this. Almost make it impossible for the champ to keep the title. If you win 3 rounds and one of them's 10-8, that's it. Like, if you win 2 and one of them's 10-8, then the champ can win the next 3 and he's a draw and he walks away with the belt. But we're beyond that now. We're down to 115 left in round 3. Chimaev dominating. This one might be the closest to the 10-8. It all depends on the judges, though. But it is dominance, and it is duration. Now DDP freed up his arm. 55 seconds left. Now he's getting mounted.
This one's more of a 10-8, I think.
And now he's giving up his back. You better be careful here. Khamzat's getting underneath. What's DDP going to do about it? Oh, DDP's fighting it. 2 hands against 1. 35 seconds left. Khamzat's behind him with a body triangle. No, the body triangle's off. No hooks in. 1 hook in. But he is turtled up. Now he can give a little bit more on the punches. But that said, boy, you'd think Khamzat would tee off a little bit more. He wants to get that neck, though, Goze. He's just pitter-pattering just to distract him. but he hasn't been able to get it. And now we're down to 13, 12, 11, 10 seconds left. The clapper goes off. DDP's doing what he has to do, but boy, he's just gotten manhandled for 3 rounds.
Look, I get that Khamzat's grappling is tremendous, but DDP honestly looks like he paid no attention to grappling in his camp. Or either that or he didn't bring sufficient training partners or something. But, I mean, he's getting manhandled.
Has his coach grabbed his cock like he usually does? Maybe he needs to do that twice or something. Give him an extra squeeze. Have you seen when he does that? He just gives him a grab. Not sure what that's about, but DDP's kind of laughing it off in the corner, you know. Okay, yeah, you're right. You didn't get finished, but bro, you are getting manhandled. It looks like a Kodiak bear pouncing on a salmon. Goes. He just can't stop him. All right, here we go. Round 4 about to start. DDP trying to egg on the crowd. Kyle Barallo and Anthony Hernandez don't seem too impressed. They touch gloves. We're underway. Front kick by Khamzat. It was nice. Okay, finally a punch thrown by DDP. I think he might have got a little piece of him. Nice body kick there by Khamzat. Nice jab. Khamzat immediately goes for the takedown. Now, DDP had more of a chance here. He sprawled it. But, man, Khamzat relentless. And there we go. Back to the ground with 4:37-36. 35 left in round 4. Now he's got one hook in, but the other one will be tough because they're against the cage. But let's see what he can do here. Fans are not liking what they're seeing unless you're a Khamzat fan or unless you bet the over or unless you bet Khamzat. He is trying to get underneath the neck. DDP needs to address that and then figure out how to get that hook out. Looks like DDP wants to turn it into him, but he's basically sitting on his butt. And Khamzat's standing over him. Now, Khamzat does have, well, no, he lets it go. Up against the cage. He's going to start the knee in the butt process. DDP punching back up. But I think DDP needs to forget about defense, take a risk, and try and stand up, bro. You know what I mean? Because he's being very cautious. He doesn't want to get Khamzat to get the hooks in. But in the process, the time keeps going by. He turns into him, but Khamzat gets him down again. A little bit more in the open mat. 3:26, 25 left. No hooks. Straddling him. Looks like the end of Izzy and Costa. When Izzy gave him a couple pumps, raw dogged him. That's what it's been looking like for the last 3.5 rounds. We're down to 3:13, 3:12, 3:11, 3:10. Knees to the body. A little bit better. More knees to the body. I mean, look, if this was what gets Khamzat the title, I don't think he'll care how he got there, right? He just can't look back and say, man, my title fight was exciting, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he honed his craft. He worked hard to be this good at that.
Yeah.
But holy crap, is boring. It's very boring. Now, I don't think this would happen with everyone he would fight. I don't think he would do this. I think it goes to show how much he actually thinks DDP is actually a pretty good fighter, you know, but this particular fight is a snooze fest.
This is a lesson to all the middleweights. Wrestle, 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 wrestle. But this guy he covers so much ground. Even when DDP kind of sprawled and got out of it, the other dude was on his ass, man. Now he's got him down to the ground. Looks like he's trying to trap his arm. Looks like no, he's not successful in trapping the arm. But he is on top inside position. 203, 202, 201, 2 minutes left. He's trying to trap the arm again.
The other middleweights need to wrestle bears or something.
I think, honestly, I would tell my coaches, park a Cadillac on my chest, and let me see if I can get out of that. Forego the bears. Just put something because that's what it looks like. I mean, Khamzat will not give up 1 inch.
I'd say have 2 defensive linemen smother me, and then like a 5-year-old just kind of punch me in the face.
All right, it's 110 left here in round 4. Kind of again the smothering process. Now they're against the cage. Khamzat throwing some knees. Oh, a breakup here from Mark Goddard. Okay, that's the first time he's done this all fight. Now I do see DDP a little bit frustrated and a little bit more tired of the two. Why does he throw that? He threw a knee that kind of landed, but it cost him because Khamzat got him. Khamzat's fresher, guys. Here comes more knees. 36, 35, 34 seconds left here in round 4. Geez, and if these are liberal judges, man, with that 10-8, we could be looking at 4 straight 10-8s because it's kind of been the same. But again, the damage isn't there. DDP's face isn't too bad. The boo birds are out. We're down to 18, 17, 16, and 15 seconds left. One of my nephews left because he had to go to his second job. I'm telling you, he's missing nothing. Oh my gosh, the crowd's not into it.
He's minus 10,000 over here.
Jeez. All right. Let me see what my live odds are. I might put $5 the other way. I think if I'm DDP's corner, I'd say, hey, stupid. Do you not know anything about takedown defense? Did Chimaev just get better at his wrestling, or other guys have stopped him, right? I mean, he's committed, dude, and he's not tiring. We're in between rounds 4 and 5. I can't hear what the corner's telling him, but TDP's listening.
He's not really going for finishes, I think, is the difference here.
I'll be curious to see what Dana White thinks. This is his company. I wish DDP would stop amping up the crowd. Bro, that ship sailed. You haven't really done nothing here, you know? I wouldn't even do the high five. Look how close he is to him, Goze. That's too close. Oh, nice head kick there by Chimaev. Oh, now DDP just landed one. Chimaev with a nice jab. Oh, DDP just landed a nice 1-2. And now Khamzat goes in and grabs the body lock and takes him down. Jeez. It was exciting. They actually stood there and threw some punches for about 10 seconds. 4:25 left. Khamzat trying to trap the arm. Crowd starting to boo. This is a number 1 against a number 2, a proper champ against a proper challenger. Only 2 losses between both guys. Almost 35 wins between both. Big letdown, though. But I have no problem with Chimaev doing what it takes to win the title.
I'm glad I'm not on spinning back click this week.
You're not?
I'm producing.
Oh. Okay, he just freed up the arm. That's a start. Now he turned his back, but Khamzat's so quick. It's like a cat. He's going to try and drag him down again.
I'd rather see
to stand up quick.
I'd rather see Kamaru fight him again.
Yeah, exactly. On 10 days notice, on 6 days notice. Oh my gosh, we're down to 3, 22, 21, 20. Khamzat not really beating him up, just kind of wrapped around him like an anaconda. He's not going for a submission. His strikes are light, but every time DDP has any moment, he's right back on him. Like DDP just stood up and Khamzat just took him down. DDP punching back once. Now he's back to his feet. Khamzat gets him right back down. The 2:45 left. DDP going through the same process again. He just got kneed in the spine a couple times. No hooks are in. 233, 232, 231. Now DDP did stand up. He is on top of Khamzat. He's in side control. Let's see if he can get some ground and pound going. Oh my God, this would be an epic comeback. I see odds of minus 33.45 for Khamzat, plus 850 for DDP. DDP went for a guillotine. He did it so fast. I was looking at the odds, and Khamzat's already out of it. Now Khamzat's on top. 205 left here in round 5. Looks like we're on our way to a title now. The live odds have gone back up in Khamzat's favor. I think he was better off trying to ground and pound Goze rather than go for that submission.
This is, I understand him going for it. It's kind of a Hail Mary, but I think he maybe went for it too early. I would have let that position play out a little bit.
Khamzat on top. He's in full guard. DDP hasn't even opened his guard, so he's not going to be able to get up. Oh, Mark Goddard interrupts.
Kind of a weird stand-up, no?
Yeah, because Khamzat was being active, but maybe Mark Goddard can appreciate DDP very upright, man. He's going to be easy to take down. Khamzat's so comfortable in the stand-up. He looks more loose than DDP does. DDP's just very, very like tense. But he does land a nice right hand on Khamzat. Crowd kind of erupts a little bit. Both guys' knees are shredded from being on the mat. Khamzat with a nice punch to the face. He rocks back DDP, and then he takes him down. DDP just landed a nice elbow because Khamzat hasn't been able to turn on that single. Let's see if DDP can fight it off. He has to fight it off. They're back to the feet, but there's 30 seconds left. DDP on top, and he's mounted. What can he do with it, though? Some elbows, anything? Now he's underneath the chin of Khamzat. Oh, he lets it go. He's got a body triangle. 20 seconds left. What can he do with this? Like the ground and pound won't do it. Get under the chin or something. Squeeze his head. Well, he's just riding him. He's not doing anything. It was fun, though. 3, 2, 1. This fight's over. A lot of respect between both guys. Goze. Khamzat just committed to the wrestling. But I'll tell you what, obviously DDP didn't get finished. He didn't suffer a lot of damage. He just got out wrestled. It was almost like wrestling without strikes in a way.
I think you have to give Khamzat his flowers. He did what he had to do, and he was hella dominant. What I will say is this: if they ever rematch, and it can't be soon, because this was just absolute domination. If DDP can just up his wrestling a little bit, this last round I think showed us a little something. Like he probably shouldn't have been able to do some of the things he did at the end of Khamzat. If he
he's got to stop the takedown.
Right.
He defended the subs well, but he's got to stop the takedown. And I mean, he literally gifted Khamzat like the first 4 rounds. I could have sworn every time I looked, there was at least 440 something left in the round. And then he spent a lot of time defensively, not allowing for the hooks to come in, putting one side of his body against the fence. I mean, a lot of those are right moves, but when the clock's ticking and you're the world champ, at some point, what's the difference with whether you get submitted, knocked out, or 50-40 forward or whatever this is going to be? I don't know.
They need to just put the belt on him now.
Yeah. No buffer or nothing. But hey, the other guy won. That's the object of the game. Okay, here we go. Here's the announcement. Let's see what the judges say. I mean, we know Khamzat won, but let's see what the judges say. All 3. 50-44. That's good judging. Yeah, that's good judging because I think there was only one round where he started to unleash strikes that were called damaging. So he clearly won every round. But remember, he was always duration and dominance and not damage. And then finally in the fourth, I think he almost got away from trapping the arm goes and being able to leverage and really cock back and do stuff.
Look at Dana's body language.
Well, but remember, this guy's a star. So the UFC never loses. It wasn't exciting. It wasn't exciting. But I apologize. Is that the Palestinian flag goes, or is that the Chechen
No,
flag? 'Cause the
that's not
Chechen
the
flag.
thing.
Oh no, I see it. It is Chechen. I didn't see the red down there. I was like, what's going on here? The crowd's booing Khamzat Chimaev. He's telling Dana to send him his money. Now he's speaking another language. They will talk to DDP. He hasn't exited the cage. He's asking him about the game plan. He's asking Khamzat about the game plan. Khamzat doesn't look exhausted to me. He went strong, man. All 5 rounds.
Yeah.
He says DDP's a real fighter. Gives him a lot of respect. Ask him who's next. Who would you like to fight next? Oh, come on. You got 2 guys out there. You got Barallo and Anthony Hernandez. He's talking to DDP now. DDP looks like he's in good condition, too. He's not breathing hard. What was surprising to you? He's got a lot of control. He's like a blanket. He says it's almost like he knew what my next move was. He's got a lot of power. Says at the end he went for it, had his back. He said he could almost taste the victory. I don't know if he was that close. He did say he beat him fair and square. He deserves it. Enjoy it. Thanks to all the fans. Without the fans, I wouldn't have a job. I'll be back soon. He's asking for South Africa to forgive him. South Africans, we rise. Khamzat now walks over again. Let's see if he wants mic time or something. Says he'll be back. Now he's asking for the mic back. Khamzat is. See if he calls someone out. He thanked somebody. I couldn't get it. Yeah, folks, listen. I mean, the UFC gave us what we want. The champ against the number 1 contender. And the contender did what he's supposed to do, and that's go to your strength, and he wrestled, and the other guy didn't have an answer for it. But it wasn't an exciting fight. At the end, it was exciting, but yeah, he just could not get going. So that's not his fault. I know a lot of other fighters would have got submitted or beat up. I mean, DDP did show some heart. He could. His problem was he couldn't stop the takedown from the stand-up. And I felt like he made a few errors there because he made it too easy. Now, that said, when he got taken down, the other guy couldn't do much with it. And he didn't finish him. You heard the scores, but I'm just trying to dress it up a little bit. It was difficult to watch, folks. Don't forget, Goze and I, we host MMA Junkie Radio every Monday and Thursday. You can get the podcast on the website, MMAJunkie.com. We're getting close to 3,600 episodes. We've been doing this for over 18 years. Join the ride. We always talk to great fighters and discuss all the happenings in our sport. Aside from that, we also do the Spinning Back Click show every Monday, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. That's our normal start time. However, during the Dana White Contender Series run, we go 1 hour earlier because the Dana White weigh-ins are at that normal start time. So for the next 3 months, it's 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific for Spinning Back Click live show. We discuss all the latest news with our colleagues at MMA Junkie. There's usually 4 of us. And then you'll see the Dana White Contender Series weigh-ins right afterwards. And then on Tuesdays, it's Overreaction Time, our new video franchise with host Simon Samano and one of the junkies joining him as he throws out 5 topics. And you need to tell him if he overreacted and he's tripping or if he's spot on. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. We're around 416,000 subscribers, and we appreciate it. It's all free content for you. We just ask you to subscribe. And every time you see a video, hit the like button. Like right now, even on your way out, hit that like button. It helps us out, get to a larger audience. And again, we work our asses off for you guys. Nobody covers the sport better than MMA Junkie. Now, right now, we're going to end the show. And thank you all for tuning in. And all you have to do is give a refresh here on our channel, and you'll see the UFC 319 post-fight press conference, and it'll be interesting to get the comments from hopefully the new champ Khamzat Chimaev, Lerone Murphy, Carlos Praches, and hopefully UFC President Dana White. He usually does those as well. Goze, any final words?
You can't take anything away from Khamzat. I mean, he's really good at something, and he showed that. And I think you can say that DDP's got a lot of heart, but he's got to work on this takedown defense. You know, that unless that doesn't even feel like from camp to camp. That feels like I need to go for a year and figure this out.
Yeah, no doubt about that. All right, folks. Well, we're going to bow on out so we can start the stream for the UFC 319 post-fight press conference. So keep it here, locked on our YouTube channel. Thank you all again for tuning in. And please, again, kindly consider subscribing to the channel and hit that like button on the way out. It looks like we're up to 417,000 subscribers, so thanks so much for that. All right, folks, enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll see you all next time for the next watch-along, UFC 320, coming up in October. Take care. Go out and be a champion.